Welcome, one and all. How are we doing tonight on this fabulous Tuesday, July 7th? I am glad to be back with you after just a bit of a long weekend, if you will, and enjoying some life. And I hope you all have as well. Please let me know if I'm coming through loud and clear. And let me get to your fabulous chats. Roy, good to see you. And yeah, just in time. Awesome, awesome. Um, let's see. A Moonbeam. I ordered another P90 Plus for doing demos. Got a free Bomba air filled purifier. Wow, very cool. Yes. Wow. Yeah, I need to look into that Bomba air filter. Absolutely, absolutely. Uh, excuse me. And folks, if you're interested, just reach out to Nancy and check out and see what this is all about. I have completely my calves. I had pulled both of them, and being on this device for a couple of weeks, I was noticing a huge difference. And also with my energy and also with my shoulder. I think just from years of pitching of football as a quarterback, I can feel it right now as I do it actually. Shooting, right? Passing, pushing, lifting. And I started feeling really uh my shoulder started feeling really bad. And I did it once and it went away. And then if I didn't do it again for a couple of weeks and I felt it 2 days ago, I've done it twice and the pain is gone. So it really is something very special about this. So I highly recommend it. Thank you all for the five fives. Obviously, as you saw, I've got a very special guest with us tonight, our friend Sir Oliver Pollock, and I'm looking forward to having a conversation with him, talking with him a little bit earlier today. Just so many things to discuss, so many things to talk about. And Craig, I'm so glad you ordered one, my friend. That's awesome, brother. Well done. Um, and and by the way, folks, I'm gonna do a Zoom call with all those who ordered it, and just have a sit down and talk about like how it's helping us and all that. So look for that here and maybe next week. I want to just set some time aside and thank all of you who ordered it and are supporting the show, and also have an opportunity to hear, how is it helping you? What's it doing for you? So, uh, snedpemf.com, snedpemf.com. You can fill out just a little questionnaire, and Nancy will give you a call and have a chat with you. Longtime listener, longtime friend, and yes. Excuse me. So, yeah, glad to have pain-free head SNED. Yes, Nancy. And before PEMF came along, I was very pained, very pained. Jan, good to see you. Should be a great show. Always excited to hear what you and Oliver think. Yes, and I wanted to really, folks. I've been kind of in this mode of yeah, kind of like just having to kind of take a step back and just kind of observe everything that's happening. And I know many of you have wanted to know, what I think about all the things that are going on, and just let him know that sent link to X chat. Okay. That just to see what I think about everything, but I really needed to just kind of absorb it all, like just really like the Sneds are fine. Like they know what we've been waiting on. They know that we've been waiting on all of this. And because we've talked about it for years, and it's finally happening, and it's a wonderful thing. And but I knew coming back and wanting to talk about all this, I thought, let me reach out to Oliver, and so that we can like have a conversation, he and I, but also that you could experience, and also put some questions out there that that you might have about what's going on as well. So I'm looking forward to that. Catherine, excited to say thank you. I've used my PMF once daily since I received. Awesome. So glad. So glad to hear that. Belinda, good to see you. Donna, good to see you. Welcome, welcome. Whip and Spur, hello. Edward, thank you, my friend. And and I think I'm having a problem with my Zelle. Some of you, Edward, had shared with me, and for some reason they've cut off my. Okay, okay. Let's see. Okay, okay. So Oliver's going to join us in a half an hour because he just needs a little more time. So no problem. So, but if you're having any problem with Zelle, would you please let me know in the chat here, or via email? And Edward, thank you for reaching out on that. And I think I do need to adjust that. I haven't made any adjustments, but Wells Fargo seems to have done so. So, yeah. Now, And that is the uh, Dave Snett at Gmail Zell that you may have tried. So if you're having a problem with Dave Snett at Gmail on the Zell, please let me know. And thank you all for those of you who do take the time and make the effort to support this community and my work that I have been doing for 8 years and giving away for 8 years um, for free. So I appreciate that. Now, um, okay, a little downer. Just let me just jump into kind of like a bit of a just a monologue slash rant slash uh, you know conversation, and that is watched the World Cup last night, and saw the goal. I missed the first three goals because I was en route to be with my family, but so I didn't even see those. But I saw the one that the goaltender made a big mistake on, and he and I saw that. And I'm like, yeah, you're not going to win in a World Cup making those kind of errors. But Belgium obviously is very very good, and but the U.S. really should be, in my opinion, more dominant in this sport, simply because of the sheer numbers of people that we have, and but it just hasn't been a priority. But I do think it will be a priority after this World Cup that happened here on U.S. soil, because I think people kind of caught the bug a little bit. And I think a lot of people were like, yeah, I've never really liked it or whatever. But a lot of people caught the bug and certainly, just caught the fever of just all of these people from around the world coming to the United States and talking about what a wonderful experience it was and how beautiful the United States is. And just really, oh yeah, Tracy, if Zelle is not an option, that's a great question. It would be this. It would be the link that goes right into Stripe, basically, and I'll drop that in the comments. But it looks like this, and I'll drop it so you can just click on it. And that always goes directly to Stripe and then to my bank, and so it's yeah, I'm really yeah. Um, so yeah, Tracy, if you're doing it, if you wouldn't mind trying Zelle, and I can let you know if it worked or not. Um, but it was weird when I went on. So this is the way to do it, and I'm dropping that in both chats, and also I'll drop it on X as well. So and thank you, Tracy, for all your years of incredible support of this Truthcast and friendship. Um, much appreciated. Much appreciated. Folks, I wouldn't be still doing this if it weren't for you. I mean, think about it. It wouldn't be sustainable. It wouldn't be enjoyable. Who am I going to talk to? Myself? I get bored with myself pretty easily. I got to be honest with you. So I need, I, ne- I need you all in the Sned Shed to make this worthwhile. Um, Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate that. And yeah, you're the reason I'm still here. Okay. So thank you for that. Thank you for being a part of what I believe to be something very special, and what we have done here together on this journey, and our disappointments, our oh, and by the way, Susie Sue Bailey, Luna Williams, Kara Glass, Thank you for joining us over on Facebook, and good to see you all. I'd love to get all of our Facebookers back, but it's uh, it's yeah. I appreciate you being here. Um, and OGs, by the way, OG Sned's right there. This journey we've been on has been quite exceptional. It's been very disappointing. It's been very heartbreaking. It's been very uplifting. It's been very eye opening. It's been the whole gambit of human emotion and human intellect. We have covered on this show together, and that when you think about this journey that we've been on, that's a very, very special thing, to turn around when you get to your destination and to look around and realize who you've been on this journey with, and how important the support, the connection, the back and forth, somebody picking you up when you're down, you picking somebody up when they're down. It really is quite a remarkable thing, and it's the reason why I've been on some championship teams, and you never forget those teams. You never forget your teammates on those teams, and it's a very special thing because what you shared was this rise to a championship, um, and um, and we are winning the ultimate championship because we are taking back our world. We're taking back our life, our freedom, our sovereignty. And Q and Q plus are at the tip of the spear through all this in the military, and you and I are the part of the keystone. You've seen that pop up recently with Anons because, which we've covered here, is that very close to the Mount Rushmore is Keystone, and Q has told us Keystone. Um, Key is Q in the map, and Stone is Trump and the Patriots. You and I, like, we're in this. Like, that's why I've said many times, I've been speaking of those championship teams. There's only a handful of us in the huddle. Like, there's the players, the coaches, the managers getting us water, towels, you know, um, supporting us. And a trainer maybe needs to tape somebody up or whatever, but that's it. That's all that's in the huddle. The fans, the cheerleaders, even though they want you to win more than anything, they're not in the huddle. Um, Only the people that are necessary to win the game are in the huddle, and Q plus have included you and I in this huddle of all huddles. The huddle where we come together and we devise a strategy to conquer the opposition. And the opposition, deep state, cabal, Illuminati, Freemasons, um, black nobility, um, the Council of Rome, Council of 300, the Bilderbergs, the Bohemian Grove, the Skull and Bones, the Fabian Society, all of these, the WEF, Klaus Schwab, the UN, NATO, All of these organizations, the EU, I mean, they just keep popping up. The Muslim Brotherhood, the ISIS, the Mossad, Israel, uh, the CIA, the Mockingbird Media, all of these we have been up against, and we wonder why the world looks the way it does. And now we are in this huddle with the Q team, less than 10 that know it all, including Q plus, President Donald John Trump, Dan Scavino, I believe, uh, Ezra Cohen Watnick, I believe. I believe I believe Barron's a part of this, um, and the military that must carry this out. And and we got a big win today that that is pretty hilarious to see how the deep state is reacting to what we consider a win, and I'm going to share that with you. But this is what we've been up against all these years, many years, our whole lives, generations. We've been up against this, right? And and so not only but the leaders, the tip of the spear of this revolution are flat out letting you and I know that, yes, what you have been experiencing for the past many years with this Q operation and with this whole deep state operation that has been controlling humanity for a very long time, um, that this is indeed the plan to save the world. And we are letting you know that you were right to believe in that. And you were right to get involved in that. You were right to engage in this. We are getting validated every step of the way. Let me finish this up with these thoughts. But every step of the way, we are being validated for the stance that we have taken. You know, Thomas Jefferson said, in matters of taste, swim with the current. In matters of principle, stand like a rock. You and I have stood like a rock on very principled ideals, and we have not wavered. We have avoided the vaccine. We have avoided COVID hysteria. We have avoided the lockdowns. We have avoided the um, the falling prey to the fear that they use to weaken us. Um, Hats off to you, my friends, for all of that and more. Um, Falling prey to the fake Biden presidency, the falling prey to the border crisis and the men and women's sports and all this crazy nonsense that I believe was here to test us, to test our resolve, to test what are we made out of. And if we're going to let these people that are for all these things stand up and scream from the mountaintops that, you know, anybody who doesn't go along with this is racist or sexist or homophobe or you know the border invasion. You're racist. If you think that's a problem. If you think Islam is a problem, you're Islamophobe. If you think Israel's a problem, you're anti-Semitic. It's one thing or another. It's one extreme or another that they're trying to pin us in on. When in actuality, there's a lot of significant proof to validate your and my standing like a rock. And we must not forget that. And this is why this community to me is so important. The community of all the Anons and all the people that are involved with this revolution, so that we can continue to feed off each other and fuel each other to make it through this and support each other. And so grateful to all of you for being that for me and having this platform to be there for you, and to really to see what's been happening. I mean, what 11, 12 straight days of the President Trump and his team dropping significant Q comms and Q confirmations. Elon Musk, that I told you years ago, the white hats brought in to buy Twitter. Flat out told you that wasn't a big deal. It wasn't like, and I said the white hats would not have allowed just Twitter to be bought on a whim by a billionaire who decided, yeah, I think free speech is important. We're gonna go with that. No, he was brought in just like Trump was brought in by the Q team, and now he's dropping Q comms to tens of millions of people that see his posts every day. So let me show you this. This is something that the Democrats are celebrating. Let's give a listen, shall we? Initially recently said, look, I'm trying to hold on. I think I may have turned that down. I did. Here we go. Try that again. Initially recently said, look, I'm trying to enforce the laws with ICE agents, with federal law enforcement, and I can't do it, so I need to call the National Guard. But the statute says the president has to be unable to enforce the law with regular forces. What does regular forces mean? We don't know. The Supreme Court has never decided that question before yesterday. The Supreme Court now says regular forces means you have to try with the regular armed forces first before you can bring out the National Guard. So the unintended consequence here might be that the president is going to have to call the 82nd Airborne or the Marines or the 101st Airborne Division, as, for example, President Eisenhower did after Brown versus Board of Education in the South to enforce desegregation. President Trump might have to do that first in order to protect those federal buildings, those ICE agents. And then if they fail, he can then call out the National Guard.
Got it. J.B. Pritzker, the governor in the state of Illinois, is saying this. Today is a big win for Illinois.
Now, I just want to go over that really quickly. So basically, the Supreme Court said that Trump must use regular military before he uses the National Guard. Okay. Let's let this play out.
Illinois and American democracy, this is an important step in curbing the Trump administration's consistent abuse of power and slowing Trump's march toward authoritarianism. That's purely political. I think the president has obviously tried to work within the framework of the law as his legal eagles have seen it. 15 seconds or so, what happens from here? And I guess I answered my own question when I say I'm not surprised by Pritzker's response, and I guess you aren't either.
I'm not. He's, of course, injecting a lot of heated political rhetoric into this. Yeah. But what's going to happen? Trump will, of course, now have the right to go to the Supreme Court on the full merits. As you said, Kevin, this is just preliminary. He may be able to get the full court to reverse this preliminary decision. But second, and I think more worrisome, is the Supreme Court is essentially inviting President Trump to send regular armed troops and deploy those to Chicago and Los Angeles before he can send the National Guard. I think a governor would rather have National Guard troops than the 82nd Airborne and the Marine Corps patrolling the streets of Chicago.
Yeah, especially when you think.
You know, this is a good thing because it's the Marines. It's the real military. It's the National Guard. I mean, folks, I'd rather have the real military on our streets and under the tutelage, if you will, of Donald John Trump, because he's already proving that he wants to save our cities and save our country and make America great again. He's proven that every single day. So, there's one thing to have troops on the streets when it's Barack Obama or Hillary Clinton. Okay. It's another, or Bill Clinton. It's another thing to have, hold on. Oh, and I pulled this up for you to play this, and it's already playing. But and JB Pritzker, I gotta think, folks, is gotta be reading a white hat script here because he's actually calling it a good thing. And here is him talking about, he's got TDS in a big way, obviously.
Before I knew it.
Hold on. Why are all okay?
We found ourselves in the midst of a second.
There we go.
Trump administration, one where, before I knew it, we found ourselves in the midst of a second Trump administration, one where all of the tenuous restraint of his first term was gone. I watched the President of the United States delight in wreaking havoc on working families in Illinois and all across America, on our people, on our economy. It's ironic that today, on the eve of our 250th anniversary as a country, a man sits in the White House who is everything the founders feared most as they launched their experiment in democratic self-government. An uncontrollable, narcissistic, authoritarian president who acts like a king.
TDS, full display, and absolutely, I think reading a white hat script if he thinks that was a good thing. My friends, we have our friend Sir Oliver Pollock joining us this evening. How are you, my friend? And you are there.
I'm good, brother. I'm good. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Hey, I like your new avatar. I have
Thank you.
Enjoyed 3 stogies in 3 days.
Nice.
Yes. One was a friend of mine who we've been wanting to get together for the longest time, and I get all my dog food from him, raw meat. He came over, and he also does Wagyu steaks and all that. So we're gonna talk about sharing some of that with my audience. But he came over and with this Wagyu beef, dude. Oh my goodness, so good. And we had a little wine, we had a little Wagyu, had a little corn on the cob, and a couple of sticks after, which was fantastic. Nice. Yeah,
nice.
So how you doing, man? What's how you feeling?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Can't complain. Nobody gives a shit anyway.
Well, I'm kind of having second thoughts about this whole Q thing. I don't know about you, but
yeah. Listen, the amount of confirmation that we've gotten in the last few months, in the last few weeks, last few days, it's unbelievable. And for those to continue to deny that Q is real, and we talked about this, either shame on them for spreading lies or possibly being paid shows.
Yeah.
too bad for them who decided not to learn the Q drops, because it's been out forever now. Anyone could have picked up a computer and started learning about the drops. And also it's unfortunate that many Q followers, many who I saw early on here on Twitter, and I'm not going to say that they all gave up. Some of them have. Some of them just kind of drifted away from it, and they come back every time they see the White House or Trump or someone post something referring to Q. It it's not easy, Dave. It's not easy. You know that. It's been very difficult trying to remain faithful and hopeful, and every now and then getting some crumbs, some real life crumbs that to keep us going. But it's been solid, solid confirmations. The topics that I like to focus on, and I think many people tend to focus on, the corruption within government and the election interference and COVID and vaccines and things of that nature, were three main topics on the Q boards. And now we're seeing it all front and center. It's all coming to fruition. And I think it's going to, present itself in ways that even you and I couldn't have imagined. You're going to start to see key figures come into the framework that we didn't expect. And I think that's where we are kind of right now. Who thought BNI that Pulte was going to be DNI, and, so he can step in and you clean house basically before Clayton comes in. Clayton.
And how about
Southern District of New York?
Coming from SDNY, Clinton Foundation,
That's right.
Wiener Laptop,
Epstein,
Maxwell.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's unbelievable, dude. I mean, it's like if we were, putting out a roadmap on how to do this, it would be this.
I think it was put out. I think somebody gave us that roadmap.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
So I follow Paul Sperry. I'm sure you follow him too. And he's been talking about the 2 grand juries down in Florida that Joe DeGeneva is overseeing right now.
Yeah, I just put him in the bookmarks for tonight's show, so I'll pull that up while you're talking about it.
Yeah, he's got some juicy stuff.
Yeah.
Basically, he's in so many words saying that DeGeneva is or has decided to go after this in RICO form. Because to go after everyone individually would just not only take too much time. There's too much room for error.
Yes.
With a RICO case, you know how that goes. You get one, and the rest of them fall. And I believe that happened years ago. We're just now going to start seeing, it all come together. But I believe that the RICO cases started years ago. We were told one leads to many.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
And in these cases where there's elite attorneys involved, and you see that they go after the attorneys first, there's a reason for that. The attorneys have all the information. So when they went after Kevin Kleinsmith, remember, right?
Yeah.
KC 11.3. He was the first. He was the first arrest, if you think about it. And then they gave him the slap on the wrist. You have to wonder why, right?
Ridiculous.
You have to wonder why. Why did they let him go so easy? It had to be something behind that. The millions of documents that were suddenly found, in the Southern District of New York, the FBI. Remember that? The FBI office in the Southern District of New York, the million documents that were found. Cash Patel said when they questioned him, they said, well, we don't really, he said, and I'm going to paraphrase, we don't really see anything, that we can convict them for right now. But if there's any evidence that comes into play in the future, we'll consider that. Remember that?
Yeah, he and Bongino on Maria Bartiromo said, based on what we have at the FBI, there is nothing there, right? And I said to everybody, listen to his verbiage. What he's saying is that they don't have it because it was hidden. And then what started coming out? The burn bags, this secret room that they found these documents in, right? That all this stuff is now coming out. But that's why they had to say what they did, in my opinion.
Brennan trying to sue to keep the documents from coming out. Hillary
Mhm.
coming out and saying,
Yep.
I hope that there's somebody within the intel departments that can, I'm paraphrasing once again, but they can
Sure.
pretty much stop this. I hope
Yeah.
that somebody can.
Yeah.
You saw that?
She's
Did you see
flat
when
out
she said that?
saying, yeah, she's flat out
Yeah,
saying that don't talk to Bill Pulte,
right.
because it's not a good thing. Meanwhile, she's just it's also that post about the countermeasures, the measures that we are taking, force the deep state to take countermeasures.
To make uncalculated moves.
Exactly.
Right.
And
And
that, and that,
that's perfect example
yep.
because everyone sees, and if you haven't seen it, I'll try to find it and share it out. Or if you could find it and share it out where Hillary Clinton said that, even her supporters who probably did see that have to question why she's saying that.
Yeah.
Why doesn't she want this information to get out? Right. And so one thing I like to tell people is if you see certain people publicly, and you ask yourself, why aren't these people arrested? Why aren't they,
Mhm.
why haven't they been prosecuted for treason and executed? There's a reason for this. Number one, they're more valuable alive because of the information they know. And two, they're going to lead you to other people, right?
Mhm.
And in the interim, they're gonna further expose themselves and dig their holes deeper, so deep they can't get out, to the point where everyone is noticing now how guilty they are. And this is a perfect example right here.
Yeah, I'll play this for us here. And here, let me play it here. All right, all these are now.
We've got DNI Pulte over there as the new director. We also know you have the task force set up on declassification, maybe talking about international, maybe looking at some declassification. Are you able to give us an update on that?
Declassify almost everything. And, by the way, we have Jay Clayton is going in. Bill Pulte's a very talented guy, but he's just there temporarily until Jay Clayton. And Jay Clayton is going through the process. And Jay Clayton, highly respected, and so is Bill Pulte. But Bill is there just for a fairly short period of time. But while he's there, I said, you can declassify whatever you want. I told him you can do it this day. You got to ask him. But I think it's a friend of yours. I think that Bill will declassify. I told him you can declassify whatever you want. So Bill's there just, for maybe a month or 2 months or something. And Jay is going through the process. He's got a hearing in 2 weeks. Highly respected man, Jay Clayton. Okay? Thank you. Did you get any more Pulitzer Prizes? You know what? A Pulitzer Prize? A picture of the plane. Margo, are you taking care of everybody? How's Margo? Okay. Thank you.
I hope they're.
But by the way, the Pulitzer Prize, I'm guessing that was one of the New York Times reporters that got the Pulitzer Prize for the Russian disinformation for the Russia. Dude, he's
Gotta love that guy.
He's so good. I gotta go back to that.
You got to ask him. But I think it's a friend of yours. I think that Bill will declassify. I told him you can declassify whatever you want. So Bill's there just, for maybe a month or 2 months or something. And Jay is going through the process. He's got a hearing in 2 weeks. Highly respected man, Jay Clayton. Okay? Thank you. Did you get any more Pulitzer Prizes? You know what? A Pulitzer Prize? A picture of the plane. Margo, are you taking care of everybody? How's Margo? Okay. Thank you.
I hope there are career and even political appointees in various of the agencies that are slow walking or refusing to share information with Pulte.
How about
So,
that?
Bill, you mentioned there are a range of things, a range of tools you believe that Congress has. Max, you served on Homeland Security when you were in Congress. Do you agree with former Secretary Clinton there? Do you think that's actually the right approach?
No, that comment did feel a little deep statey.
That's on CNN, man, right there.
Yeah.
A little deep statey. Right? I mean, it's just, you got to be kidding me, man.
How do you deny that?
Yeah.
How do you deny that?
Exactly.
There's no explaining that away.
No, not at all. And absolutely, it's absolutely unbelievable. It's just she's trying to cover, and it's the counter moves thing, right? It's the we instead instill fear in them to make moves and counter moves. How soon? We don't inform our enemies of the specifics. We instill fear in them to make unplanned and disastrous counter moves. That's a counter move that is disastrous because people were flat out saying that that's deep statey, moves and counter moves. Who's the enemy? It's just, it's all over the place.
I thought there was a drop that said uncalculated moves. Could be wrong.
I think I don't believe so. I think it's there was counter moves too, but I think it's that's what I looked up was counter moves.
Right.
But I think there might have been unplanned. Let me see
I'm trying to find it now.
No, not unplanned. I think I just went moves and counter moves. Yeah. Yeah, moves and counter moves. And here's one. Everything seen yesterday, today, and tomorrow equals calculated political moves, events designed and launched by Democrat Party. That's not it. Why is Clinton Foundation back in the news? Name of whistleblowers. How do you protect valuable witness? How do you protect the chain of custody of evidence? Moves and counter moves. Comey and Loretta.
It's all good. I remember it, but I could be wrong. It's all good.
So, but so we're seeing all of this, come to fruition, like just a long, well thought out, strategy, and being confirmed by the people who are leading the strategy. That's a pretty fucking big deal. And I wanted to go to your mention of Paul Sperry. This is the Joe DeGeneva's team has uncovered significant new evidence, including a massive FBI document spanning several hundred pages that reportedly exposes new malfeasance in the Bureau's probe of Trump's alleged ties to Russia, codenamed Crossfire Hurricane, which was begun before the 2016 election, now based in Fort Pierce, Florida. DeGeneva traveled to D.C. last month to meet with both acting AG Todd Blanche and FBI Director Kash Patel to discuss the newly discovered internal FBI document and map out new investigative leads, as well as a new overall case strategy, which is going to show up in the grand jury in Florida. And that's what Q told us. Q told us about the grand juries. outside of DC, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how important that was going to be to get real justice. And one of the yeah, and I've got one to share here as well. But yeah, thoughts on that. Um,
Yeah,
unbelievable.
I mean, I've said it all along, that Joe DeGeneres was going to come back into the picture. I did a couple of memes, including
All
him.
right.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I did a couple of memes, including him as I think I had him. I want to say as Attorney General. Let me look on my profile real quick. See if I can find it. But yeah, I knew because remember when all this was going on, he was one of the few really reporting on what was going on, and he had did an interview with Laura Ingraham right after Hannity. I was watching Hannity, and she came on afterwards and had him on, and I forget the other guy's name. I forget the other guy's name. He's been on Fox for years too. Great guy. Trump refers to him a lot, but I forget his name. And in that interview, DeGeneres said, and it was in the drops actually a couple of times. He said that Comey needs to lawyer up pretty much because Baker is turning state's evidence. Do you remember that?
How long ago was that?
2018, I want to say. DeGeneres said pretty much that Comey better lawyer up because Baker was turning state's evidence. And he said that on Laura Ingram's show. And him and his wife, I would watch them all the time, and they were just spot on with everything that they were saying.
Yep.
And he's been in the game so long. He knows all the players. He knows he's from DC. He knows DC very well. And he's always been a Trump
Yes.
supporter. He's always been, a constitutional attorney, and I just knew he was going to come back into the picture. Let me look at my page, Joe DeGeneres. Yeah, you see, so I did a post, did a couple actually, naming him. I had Rudy leading the way. All right, with Sidney as special prosecutor, Joe as the legal strategist. That's how I had him. And what do they have him as right now? What's his position? He's pretty much
DeGeneres?
he's pretty much the legal strategist. They're consulting with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's his position? But
Do you want to share that? Do you want to share your post?
You're not gonna like it.
Why
I'm
not?
gonna send it to you right now. When you read it, you'll see.
Okay.
Send post via. Oh, not that way.
You can bring it up too on your screen, I think.
Oh, can I?
Yeah, I don't know.
StreamYard. I always forget how to do that. I really do. And I don't know. Is it settings?
If you go down to the bottom and it says share screen, click on the plus.
It doesn't. It
monitor.
Doesn't say that.
Okay.
It doesn't say share screen.
All right, let me see. It's all right.
Has an arrow to the right. I don't want to click that because I got a feeling it's going to boot me out of the show if I do that. If I click the three dots, comments, recordings, stream this to your audience and settings. And under settings, I don't want to mess around with it. I'll just send it to you.
Okay.
And you can share it from there. Send via chat. Okay, I just sent it to you. So I want to say that they created the position that he's in right now specifically for him.
Mm-hmm.
But he's a consultant for the AG. So the AG is consulting with him. Look that up. I'm curious to know the exact title. I think I'm right, but I don't want to be wrong. So.
Okay, so here it is. Because of the length of it? Is that why you're saying? Yeah.
No, because of Flynn. Because I threw Flynn in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
So his title right now, his current title, is Counselor to the Attorney General at the U.S. Department of Justice. So he's the top cops counselor.
Lawyer. Yeah.
Right. So what is that, a legal strategist? Is he the legal strategist? I would say so.
And when you think about it, he's making sure, like, why would the AG need a lawyer? Well, to make sure that every step is by the book, right?
That's right.
That's why you know. So yeah, definitely a consultant without question, right?
You know, I know I did a meme too. I mean, I sent you that one, but I'm going to keep looking because I know I created a meme with him.
Yep. Let's see. Backed by POTUS, Sidney Powell, Harmeet Dillon, Joe DeGeneva, legal strategist at Task Force. And this is back, you did this when? When was the date on this? This was April 12th. Okay. Yeah. DeGeneva.
12:34 a.m.
Targets include. Yeah.
Obama, Hillary Clinton, John Brennan, James Comey, James Clapper, Andrew McCabe, Adam Schiff. By the way, where's Adam Schiff? Lisa Page and Peter Strzok, Bruce and Nellie Orr. Sealed indictment standing by. Charges being prepared. Sedition, conspiracy to defraud the United States, obstruction of justice, FISA fraud, illegal surveillance, abuse of power, treason. I mean, with one of these charges, right? Conspiracy to defraud the United States. They can all go down for that.
Yeah.
All of them. Hundreds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in a RICO case. Hundreds. Each indictment, 1 through 99. Each indictment can hold 1 through 99.
Yeah, exactly.
So I really do believe it's going to happen, Dave. We're bombarded with things that can make us sway one way or the other sometimes. But when you look at big picture, so much has happened over the course of these last, 8 to 10 years. For me, I know for you and others that we know, to remain confident as to what we're not seeing happening, but probably is happening. I mean, they threw their full force at that man.
Yeah.
And still are, whatever they have left. Now I believe it's more overseas than anything else. Especially now with the visit to NATO. He pretty much told them to their face, "You ain't shit without me."
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time before these other countries that are trying to hold out, at least optically, secede to him.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? The world is watching, and it's not just the people of the United States who want peace. It's not just the people of the United States who want freedom and prosperity. We're leading the way. But it's the world. The entire world wants the same things. I want to be able to allow my daughters and my grandsons to go outside at any point in time, throughout the day and night, and not have to worry about them getting hurt or abducted. I want to be able to go grocery shopping, and get everything I need without having to worry about spending too much money.
Yeah.
I want to be able to go to to the dealership and buy whatever car I want, because I'm able to afford it. Yeah, I want my wife to be able to stay home, which she wants to. She's a career woman. She's a supervisor in her field, but she would much rather stay home and raise the girls.
Sure. Yeah.
These are the kind of things that I believe, most men and women want. You want to go to work, you want to continue to go to work as a woman, fine, more power to you. I'm not taking that from you. But I think, society in whole would be much better off if we lived the way that we were all, were meant to live.
Mm-hmm.
And that was proven. That was proven. Everything was, for the most part, okay. There were some things we had to deal with, but I think had we not had all of these deep state characters constantly infiltrating our government and our society, through the school system primarily, and the church and the hospitals, if we didn't have all of that, we would have been all right. So now we had to undo all of that, right? And now we have to unlearn everything that we learned, and we have to reteach, what we're learning to others who are willing to listen, or at least do their own research and find out for themselves that what we're saying is actually what occurred and is occurring. Look at what we're finding out now about COVID, that they put them out in lots. I've been saying that shit from the beginning, Dave, because I knew, I'm not going to tell you how I knew,
Mm-hmm.
but I knew that the first batch that went out was mostly saline. Okay. Everyone that I knew, including, I'll just leave it at that. Everyone that I knew that was forced to get the shot, that actually went to get it, got saline, or they got the card. Remember the cards?
Yep.
Right? It was after that, when they took Johnson & Johnson off the shelves because there was 15 million doses that were contaminated. Then they found another 60 million or whatever it was. Oh, we got to pull these off the shelf. They're all contaminated. We can't trust anything that Trump is putting out there.
Yep.
So that's when they brought in the mRNA, with the Pfizer.
I agree.
And that's when those second, third, and fourth lots, those are the real damaging ones. And unfortunately, I don't know, people did their own research, and here we are. But that was their plan all along. It wasn't anything new. Fortunately, we're doing something about it, right? We're starting to see Secretary of Health, he pulled that off, off the not just the shelves, but he made it so that it can't be used anymore for emergency use.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That should have ended during, I hate to say this, man, the Biden administration. That just, I don't even know how that rolls off my tongue. I can't.
I know.
Oh my God. But it should have ended then. But we're moving, Dave. We're moving along. Things are happening. We're getting more exposure with these deep state corrupt judges.
Yeah.
Did you see today that there was a judge that blocked a decision? Let me go to it. I don't want to misspeak. I wish I could share it, but I can't. I thought did I block it? There was a judge that overruled a decision by another judge against Trump in regards to removing illegal immigrants, I think it was. Did you hear that?
Oh,
I didn't bookmark it.
Well, the thing that is very clear to me, and I know it's clear to you, is that the judiciary is being exposed, right? And while we figure out that the one you just mentioned, let me
Just
share
sent it to you.
Oh, okay, good.
Go ahead, share that first, and then I sent it to you so you could put it up after.
Perfect. Okay. Oh yeah. And you said we need more of this. There we go.
That's right. Yeah.
Here we go. So this is from Eric Doherty. While in a massive ruling, a Trump Florida federal judge just overruled foreign-born activist Judge Sparkle Supnanan reinstates the SAVE system that lets President Trump's team root out illegal aliens trying to vote in elections. Let's go. Judge Kent Wetherell of Florida confirmed it reinstate plaintiffs' access to the bulk upload and Social Security number search features in the SAVE system. Wetherell even called out Supnanan's ruling, saying SAVE systems do not violate the law. That's the exact system Supnanan ruled against. Total judicial war. Now impeach the foreign judge and confirm more like Judge Weatherall. And
Yeah,
this is it.
100%. And you know what gets me? That woman could be my sister. She can literally pass for my sister if she was standing next to me. You know,
Mhm.
and it's always our own kind. I'm speaking about me, myself, my kind, that
Yeah.
ruin it for us. You know, whatever reason she decided to make that move, it wasn't a good one. Whether she was paid to do it, she did it in her own conscience. You know, whatever it is, it was not a good decision for America, and she needs to be impeached. Forget about her skin color and where she came from.
Yeah.
Get rid of her.
Yeah. And so explain this a little bit, the save system that she reinstate, that the judge overruled. She was trying to keep him from being able to use this, right?
Yeah.
And go ahead. Do you know the details on this?
Well, I don't, to be honest. But if I had to guess, I would probably say that it has to do something with the Save Act. But they already said that it's not unlawful, so it must be something that was already, decided on
Mhm.
prior to the Save Act. Well, we can look it up. What is
Yeah,
it?
let's
What is the Save? What is the
save
Save
system. Save
Save
system.
system?
Yeah. Let me
I
pull
didn't
it.
read. I read it, and Doherty always puts out good stuff, and I didn't remember it exactly when I was mentioning it to you. But when I did read it, and I saw that the decision was against illegal aliens, I thought it had to do with the removal of these aliens from the country, which I know that the SCOTUS ruled on something to that effect in favor of
Okay.
Polish. But this is about elections,
So
which
this
is
is excuse me, it's a court conflict. The systematic alien verification for entitlements is a longstanding DHS USCIS tool for checking
longstanding.
immigration entitlement status under the Trump administration. It was expanded via executive action and agency changes to incorporate Social Security Administration data, allow bulk uploads of voter rolls, and support SSN based searches. States like Florida wanted this for verifying citizenship immigration status on voter rolls to identify potential non-citizen voting. So they're basically using our Social Security number. Sugnanan's ruling in June 22nd, a U.S. Judge blocked key expansions in a lawsuit from groups like the League of Women Voters. She found the changes violated the Privacy Act, Social Security Act, and Administrative Procedure Act. Concerns included unreliable, outdated citizenship data risking wrongful flags on U.S. citizens, including naturalized ones, lack of proper notice, comment, and proper data aggregation sharing. DHS complied by disabling bulk SSN features. So this was back June 22nd.
When you say, hold
Weatherall,
on, you said something about extended by executive decision. So that means
mhm,
some president, whether it was Trump or whoever else, they extended it.
yeah,
But does it say that in there where you're reading? Does it say?
it was expanded via executive action.
Is there a link like a?
Let me
Sometimes
see.
sometimes they put a link.
Yeah, let me see. It's political, but let me go into just say which president did this.
Or extended it
Yeah.
because you said it was long standing. So
President
this
Trump, starting in 2025, expanded the save features, including the bulk uploads and all that. These were implemented following his executive actions. Yeah.
so
So
it was in his second term that this
yeah,
happened. Okay.
yeah, yeah,
They said long standing, making it sound like it's been in place for years.
yeah, yeah. And Weatherall basically said, and Trump appointed him. He approved a settlement agreement between DHS and plaintiff states, Florida, Indiana, Iowa, Ohio, requiring access to those saved features. When DHS turned them off per Sukhnanan's order, the states filed an emergency motion. Weatherall granted it, ordering immediate reinstatement of bulk upload and SSN search for those states. He explicitly disagreed with Sukhnanan's legal analysis, saying the features don't violate the cited laws, and noted the bind for DHS, but he didn't and couldn't overturn her nationwide injunction. He enforced his own court settlement. That's why it's not an overruling. So he is Florida based, and it pushes back on this reasoning, but it only, I think, fits with Florida. So she's obviously not allowing this because it would allow to find out who's a citizen and who's not, right? So that hasn't been overturned yet, from what I understand here, except for in the case of Florida, is my guess. By the way, she was born in Trinidad and Tobago, 1983, emigrated to the U.S. as a teen, naturalized citizen.
Right. I'm talking to you with my mic off the whole time.
Oh, really?
Because I just said that. I just said that before she's born there. But what makes you think it's only in Florida? Wouldn't that apply to the rest of the states?
Well, it's because it didn't overturn hers, and she is the U.S.
She's from D.C.
D.C.
No, is she? Is she?
Yeah. Yeah. DC, ND, Florida. I don't know what's the ND in
Democrat,
DDC?
District of Columbia.
Yeah.
I don't know what ND is. Not Democrat.
Yeah, right.
I have no idea what that is. Non-denominational.
Not a dummy.
Not a dummy. Yeah. No district. I don't know. North District. North District of Florida could be.
Northern District. Yeah.
Northern District. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Northern. There you go. Northern District. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, why would you not want that ruling or
unless
that
you're cheating?
Right.
So
they want more Leering centers.
Yes, exactly. So who wins this debate, and what is the current law? Man. So no clear winner yet. The debate is unresolved and headed for appeals. Here's the current practical and legal status as of July 8th. The four plaintiff states, Florida, Indiana, Iowa, Ohio, have a strong short-term win. Judge Weatherall ordered DHS to immediately restore bulk upload and SSN search access. They can use the expanded features to check voter rolls. Nationwide, Judge Sukhnanan's broader injunction blocking it is still in effect from the DC case. It applies to the overall program and other states' users. DHS is in a bind. Complying with one judge risks contempt of the other. They previously disabled the features to follow Sukhnanan, but must now restore them for these four states per Weatherall. Okay. They have equal authority, so neither ruling automatically overrides the other. The Trump administration and the states will likely prevail in their preferred form for now, but it's temporary. Okay. Yeah.
Well, temporary is all we need right now because we're going into the midterms. So temporary could lead right into the midterms.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's where we need it, right? Now, what's interesting, we got a couple things to hit on yet tonight, but what's happened with the what I've been saying is that the Supreme Court justices are being exposed, right? And especially Roberts and Barrett, and also that they've already capitulated because there were 6 of 9 Supreme Court justices at the Biden fake inauguration. So they all have already capitulated, in my opinion, because they were there on the fake day, on the wrong day, at the wrong time, watching this all unfold, right? So they've got to be in on it. They've already got to be capitulating to the White Hats. So check this out.
And then you look at this meme here. Oh, yeah.
Caroline Levitt, I think it's obvious they've been compromised. John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett have both disclosed gifts from the George Soros Foundation for undisclosed amounts.
John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett have both disclosed gifts from the George Soros Foundation for undisclosed amounts. Caroline Levitt says, I think it's obvious that they've been compromised. Oh, yeah.
And by the way, this is after Trump already said that they're compromised. And when has he ever said anything that didn't prove true?
2 shall step down.
I'm just hearing this now. In the highest court in the land, the highest court in the land, the Supreme Court, 2 shall step down for the embarrassment of what shall take place. For I wish to place in the highest court in the land righteousness.
I imagine it's going to be these 2. And then
there you have it. I mean, that was Kim Clement in 2014, right? And look at what we're seeing. I mean, we're obviously, seeing time travel, time viewing in some way, shape, or form. You're on mute again.
Yeah, no, I remember that. I remember Kim Clement saying that. I didn't think it was going to be those 2. I do believe there will come a time that at least one will have to step down, and that one being Ketanji Brown, because I don't see how it was even lawful that she was nominated and put in that position
with the auto pen.
Right.
And it's a flat out DEI hire.
Right. And you have Justice, which we've already, over the years shared information with him and his adopted children. There was speculation about Coney Barrett and her adopted children as well. It could go any way. And either way it goes, and if it happens in this administration, Trump wins because he gets to appoint 2, if not 3, SCOTUSes. There's talks about Ted Cruz, which I'm not entirely crazy about, but I think he would be better than either one of those 2. And I mean, there's others who can step up and fill those shoes. I'm sure people we've probably never heard of. I thought when I saw her in her confirmation hearing, I don't remember John Roberts. That was too long ago for me. I don't think I was really into it that heavy back then. But when I saw Amy Coney Barrett in her confirmation hearing, I thought she was a droid. The way she was answering those, and then she lifted up her notepad and there was nothing on her notepad.
Yeah.
Because they accused her of reading a script or whatever.
Yeah.
And she showed her notepad. There was nothing there.
Yeah.
This woman was just spitting shit off the top of her head like I've never seen before.
Yeah. It was.
And
it was very impressive.
Very impressive, to the point where I thought she was a droid.
Interesting.
I'm like, wait a minute, how is this even possible? But then you hear things over time. She was threatened, things of that nature, and they can get to you one way or another and make you flip. Maybe it's optics. Who knows? I don't know. I know that they're showing us now. They're showing us some things now for us to start digging if we weren't digging already. That citizen birthright decision just blew my mind. And I had to
Yep.
do some digging, and I found that clip with Justice Thomas from years ago, and how he talked about the 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment, and he pretty much said, he himself said, that was not created it was created for the children of slaves. And these slaves, they owed an allegiance to the United States, unlike these people who come in now. Yeah, that one there. Oh wow, it's got 234,000 views already. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that just took off, and I saw the whole thing. It's an hour long, this interview. What an
Wow.
amazing character. And he told some stories about his grandfather, and when they were growing up, when he was growing up, having to tend to animals on the farm, things of that nature. It just very giddy, and he had the crowd
Mhm.
laughing. He's such a likable person.
Yeah, totally.
But the knowledge that this man has, and the
Yeah.
way he articulates it, and, for everyone to understand, you really can't refute what I've never been able to contest anything that man has presented, because he's always been right. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No,
I
he
have not
he
seen him make
yeah.
a wrong decision. I can't hear you, Dave. I
No,
don't know
he
if your
can
mic is off.
he's good. My mic is
Still
on.
can't hear you.
All right,
Oh,
here
they
we
got
go
me.
again.
They got me again. I can't hear you. I know I see your lips moving.
Yeah.
I can't hear you.
Can everyone hear me okay? And hear Oliver? You might have
Hold
to
on. Let me see. Let me
you.
try something. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Let me kick you. I'll remove you. I'll wait for him. Cynthia says we're 5-5. Thank you. Donna says we're good here. Thank you. I hear you both. Aaron, thank you. Polar Bear Paws, good to see you. So enjoying listening to you two together, two voices that roll like butter. Butter. Thank you. Yep. Okay. You're hearing both. Thank you all. Very cool. Very cool. Thanks for the feedback. Awesome. So, yeah, I'll just play a little of this just so you can see.
See the Wizard of Oz.
Justice Thomas.
Okay, who was the wizard?
Who was the wizard?
He was that little guy.
He was a little guy. I could have said that.
Yeah. So I think what we do sometimes is we make everything mysterious.
Don't look behind the curtain.
Yeah, we should look behind the curtain. That's what we do in our class. It's not mysterious. There was a young man in our constitutional law class at the end. He said, I'll never look at law the same again. I don't know what his leanings were. I don't care what his ideology is. What we were trying to get him to do is demystify it. It's not that complicated. Why do we make it complicated? Why do we make it inaccessible? I had a buddy who was a quadriplegic. He was one of my best friends. And this is in the days back in the 70s before you had all these flushed curbs and curb cuts. So every time we got to like a curb, it was like the Great Wall of China. And we would have to, if we weren't there to lift him over, lift him downstairs and things, it was inaccessible to him. And to some extent, that's what we do to law. We start talking about negative pregnants, and we use double entendres and throw in a little Latin and a little this. Why don't we talk in English? You know, that farmer in rural Alabama has a right to know what his Constitution says.
This is so good. I've watched this because he's basically pointing out that the intentionality of it being confusing. That's by intention. They want us confused. They
Right.
want us to not understand what the hell is going on.
Right. And in so many words, he's saying, well, he hasn't gotten to it yet, but the 14th Amendment wasn't even really necessary because the 13th Amendment already protected them. You know? Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so it's basic, and I love that, dude. 234,000 people seen that. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's great. I'm going to share that again. More people need to see this.
I just shared it as well, guys. Please share that out from my timeline or from Oliver's timeline. Where does he say about the amendment, the 13th, 14th?
If you want to just let it play out, I think the whole thing is about 8 minutes
so
long.
Yeah, it's not too long.
I believe he mentions it here.
Yeah, we'll
good
play
time
it
to take a break too.
Yeah, sure. Let's play it out.
Do is one of the things I say, and I've said even when you were clerking, is that genius is not putting a $20, a 10-cent idea in a $20 sentence. Genius is putting a $20 idea in a 10-cent sentence. It is to make it accessible as possible to average people. So when I used to go back home, think about it. I came from a world of illiteracy or near illiteracy. And when you went back home, you could not talk down to people. That's what they would say to you. They wouldn't use the word condescend. That wasn't in their vocabulary. You're talking down to me. In other words, you're putting me down. But you had to explain things to them without treating them like they're lesser human beings. So it's what we used to say in the vernacular back in the 60s, you had to break it down. In other words, you had to speak without losing meaning, without losing content. You had to explain it in a language that they understood. And I think one of the things that we try to do in the opinions is to explain things to people. I think we owe it to people. In order to do that, we have to know it, as we do in the classes. Look at the eyes on the students when we're done. When they figure out that they know more about Lochner now than they did before, simply because we've read all the briefs and articles about it, et cetera, and we know the story behind it. And all of a sudden they can claim it. They understand it. It makes sense. Or if you look, when I wrote separately in the McDonnell opinion, what I was trying to do is, after all this talk of substantive due process, just simply explain to people, we don't know where does it come from? Where does it come from? It's not in the Constitution. But, so you go back and you say, here's what's there. Now, you don't have to agree, but privilege or immunities clause is actually there. Here's what they actually debated. Now, you can disagree with that, but you can see the coherence. You can go to Dred Scott, and you can see that it was, like Tawney is saying, blacks can't be citizens. Well, that's remedied in the 14th Amendment. And then it says you can't deny them privilege or immunities of citizenship. So it all makes sense once you go through the history. And I think that's what I tried to do in the opinions. It's not so much to give you some legal theory, but to give you the progress of this provision. And then to show you where it's connected to some of the other concerns they had about blacks in the South being able to defend themselves.
Justice, I wish we could stay all afternoon, but I've gotten the
Well, they're leaving, but you and I can stay.
I've gotten the signal that time is up, but thank you for your remarks.
Well, thank you all for spending this afternoon with us. Sorry to take so much of your time, but and maybe we didn't cover everything that you probably wanted us to, but we're going to be talking later on about the Dormant Commerce Clause for those who are interested. So thank you all very, very much.
Yeah, I thought I clipped it longer than that. You'll have to go back and watch the full video. I'll send you the link if you want.
Sure. But yeah, by the way, love this meme is next on your weekend at Mitch's. Oh my God.
Yeah, he's great.
Do you
Him
think?
and his wife.
Oh yeah, she went to China, and of course, you know, we've been calling that out for quite a while. We've been wondering why Trump has been propping up Mitch for so long. But this do you think he's gone?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
I think they're doing a Ruder, what is it? Ginsburg? Ruder, what's her name?
Yeah, they're doing a
RGB.
Yeah, RGB.
RGB.
Rolling it out
And
when it's ready.
and what's the other one? Feinstein. Feinstein was dead too, in my opinion. You know, they need his vote. They need his position.
Yeah.
So they can't disclose that he's no longer with us. And if that turns out to be true, there goes the whole fucking Senate. At least the GOP. That's a crime.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something, huh?
Oh man, it's it's really when you think about what's going on here, it's it's this operation that we have known about for quite some time. Obviously, us the Anons, but it's all coming to fruition. So it's like, okay, well, this has all been predicted. Like, the show,
I lost you
central
again.
central casting. You
I
lost me
can't hear
again.
you.
Yeah, I don't know what's going
This
on
is
with that, bro.
ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll kick you. I'll kick you
Yeah, I
again.
can't hear you, Dave.
All right.
I'm gonna DM you that video. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why. It's the only time this ever happens. It's the only time it ever happens. Folks, if you want to support this Truthcast, please do so. I just dropped the links in the chat. And if you want to learn more about this amazing device that I'm using, it's helping with my skin, my complexion, my energy, my shoulder, my calves. Go to snedpemf.com and for $1,000 purchase, you get a $500 air purifier. This is huge. So please check that out and have a conversation with Nancy, and we'll get to it, my friends. And he is back. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I don't know what happened.
Awesome. Yeah, it's yeah, that happens to us like at least 2 or 3 times a show.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Now I'm hearing an echo. I wasn't hearing before.
You're hearing an echo.
And I'm delayed. Yeah.
You want to try it again?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kick me out again.
All right. Yeah, good stuff. And Christy's got a positive experience. That's funny, Cheryl. Mitch can't even Twitch. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. Here we go. Here we go. All right. How about that?
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. Cheryl says Mitch can't even Twitch.
Remember that time he froze in front of the camera?
That
Literally
time
froze. Well, yeah, he did it a couple of times. You're right.
You mean those times? Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, but the one time that I remember is when Thune was standing behind him.
Yes.
I don't know if he was the leader of GOP at the time. I don't think he was, but he was standing behind him, and you could tell by his, facial expressions and gestures that he knew something was up. He started looking down and around. He's, fidgeting, getting all nervous. And then some other guy comes over to him and, touches him on the side. I don't know who that person was. I guess another senator.
Yep.
Says something to him, and then he kind of walks off into the distance. You remember that?
Yep. And Scott Jennings said he talked to him.
Wait, what?
Scott Jennings from CNN said he talked to
No
him.
way.
Yeah,
No
that's
way.
why.
That's why he put that graphic
Yeah,
up.
that's why that graphic is there. So here you go. This is the one you're talking about right here. Okay. This is Mitch McConnell.
Yes. Who's the guy to his right? What's his name?
I think that's isn't that Bloomfield? Is that Bloomfield? Who is that?
I don't know.
I
don't know.
Yeah, can anybody know who that is to Mitch's right?
Bethune's already nervous. Look, rewind it a little bit.
Yeah, right?
Rewind it a little bit. Look, he's wiping
He's
his
a little
face.
jittery.
Look, he's already wiping the sweat off his face. Like, I can't believe they're doing this. They got him up on the podium.
Yeah.
Oh, he froze. I can't believe it. Get him out of there.
What a look, too, by the way.
Dune knows it. Look at him. He's like, fuck. I can't believe they're doing this. This is embarrassing. Get this guy out of here.
He's not surprised at all, bro.
Yeah.
He's not surprised at all. Do you want to say anything else to the press?
The other guy looked pissed off. Rewind it a little bit. This guy here, look how mad he seems.
The guy,
behind him. Behind the one in the back there next to Thune.
Yeah.
I'd be pissed off too if I was part of that team.
Yeah.
Why even put him up on the podium like that?
Yeah.
That was embarrassing. And Thune wasn't the leader at the time, correct?
I don't think so.
It was Mitch.
Yeah. And here's the next one.
It's comical.
Did you hear the question, Senator? Running for re-election in 2026?
Yeah. Of all questions, are you running for re-election?
I think he shit himself.
Yeah.
All right, I'm sorry, you all. We're going to need a minute.
There's something about that warm wetness on your ass that just makes you freeze up like that. I would probably freeze up too. Like, damn, I hope they don't smell it. Get me out of here quick. Where's my chair? No, don't get the chair.
He doesn't want to let go of the podium.
Yeah, he's stuck. He shat himself.
What are my thoughts about what? Running for re-election in 2026.
It's like all these people, they're gonna smell it. I can't hear any. I can hear you, but I can't hear the
guy said, are you running for re-election?
Yeah.
And this is when he just froze.
That was the trigger word.
Yeah. Yep. Unbelievable. I mean, come on. I mean, this is just it doesn't and now he's not
This
around.
guy should be on a rocking chair somewhere.
Yes,
exactly.
exactly.
Enjoying his mornings, his mornings and his sunsets. Like, I mean, what is he doing in Congress as a senator? All of them. Most of them.
And why did his wife fly to China after he was non-responsive? after the heart attack, supposedly. And watch, Q said, watch the wives, right?
Right.
Reportedly traveled to China just 3 days after he received CPR following an apparent heart attack. And this woman's really covering it really well. Desiree Townsend. I thought I followed her, but
Who's she with?
she's with her. I think she's just herself. Car is still there based on the 204 of the house parking designation, the college decal of the rear of the vehicle, and the fact that it was purchased in Massachusetts rather than Texas. There's a possibility it belongs to Hakeem Jeffries or someone on his staff. She's talking about a vehicle. Let me see. Where's her? Okay. 2 days after reportedly returning from her trip, Elaine Chao says her husband's health did not warrant her return and canned 20-minute message go out today. Speculation swirling over Mitch McConnell's health. Marjorie Taylor Greene said Elaine Chao, who's likely a Chinese spy married to Mitch McConnell, has been in China almost the entire time the nearly dead senator has been in the hospital, and she met with China's VP. Now that she's back, they're running a PR campaign. Sure, totally normal.
Mm-hmm.
This is the problem. No one has spoken to him for weeks, but the moment Elaine Chao touches down in the United States less than 48 hours ago, now all of a sudden we have multiple canned messages with everyone saying they spoke with him each for 20 minutes. If he is conscious and capable of having these conversations, then he can call in and talk to a news network, but someone is declining these requests. Now, let me show you the best out of all of these. And that is this one. This is Il Donaldo Trumpo. I spoke to Mitch McConnell this morning. We talked for almost 20 minutes about life, politics, his CCP spy wife that fled to China as soon as he was declared brain dead, and even a little bit of Senate history. I told him we want to see him back at work as soon as possible. He didn't respond because he's fucking brain dead.
Oh
my God. Oh my God. And what did I say when I reposted this? Holy shit. Let me see.
Well, didn't she?
I said holy shit when I reposted this. Holy shit. Oh, what were you saying?
That wasn't she
I'm crying.
connected with China, like the family business?
Yeah, oh, yeah. Her
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, without question. I
And
think
her
it was,
father, and some shit like that.
and she took a role in the DOT, I think, as well. Yeah.
Right. They had the shipping business.
Yes.
They had the container ships, the
Yep.
container ship business.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, let me see. Yeah, and Scott Jennings, we talked for just shy of 20 minutes. Nathaniel Reed, their phone call lasted roughly 20 minutes. Yeah, totally normal. Yeah, Scott.
Why?
This is good. Look at this.
Why would he come out and say that?
Look at this. That's Thune. Yes, Scott. He's got a handkerchief over the. Oh, wait a minute. Here, I'm sorry. Here we go. Hey, Mitch, great to hear from you. Hope you're feeling better, my friend. Yes, Scott, I feel much better. Can't wait to get back to work and stop the horrible Save America Act. Gotta go. Physical therapy coming up.
And it's Thune.
Thune.
Oh my God.
This is, I think, what Q meant by enjoy the show right here.
Right. And you're
right?
watching a movie. Yep.
Yeah,
Well, I don't know if Q ever said we're watching a movie. Wait, did he? He may have. I don't know. But what would be the ramifications of something like that? I know we're joking about it right now, right? But
Mm-hmm.
there are true implications of something like this occurring. I mean, why isn't he making himself available? Why did his wife fly to China, knowing what we know about her? That's easily, you know, you can easily research this information if you had, 5-10 minutes to look into it,
Right.
right? Why would they do this?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they want to wake millions of people up, right?
Yeah.
They didn't wake up with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. They didn't wake up with Feinstein. Okay, let's do it with Mitch and see what happens with Mitch. See if they wake up now, especially since his wife is allegedly tied to the CCP. So it would be interesting to see if we find out, a few months down the line, that his wife did go and collude with China and has been for many years, and
Mm-hmm.
that the Senate knew it. The Senate GOP, you know, primarily Thune and the rest of his clan, knew about this and hid it from the public. What would be the ramifications of something like that? Would
I
that call for immediate removal, impeachment? I don't know. I know it's nearly impossible to get rid of some of these people, right? You have to vote them out
Right.
in most cases, but I'd be interested in seeing what ramifications, if any, would have transpired behind something like that. Treason.
Yeah. Totally.
Treason.
And she was the Secretary of Transpo under Trump, but resigned shortly after January 6th.
Oh wow, look at that! I didn't know that.
Right. And Secretary of Labor under Bush, longest serving labor secretary since World War II.
Wait, she was there throughout his whole first term.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
Right.
Well, like I said, sometimes it's better to keep people around so that you can watch them, rather than to
Yep.
get rid of them and have
Right.
them, do things against you.
Yeah. Foremost Group has long-standing business ties to China, which is her family shipping business.
There you go.
Ethics investigations using DOT staff for family matters. Yeah. So the and by the way, this is let me pull
But
this.
when was she? I remember her being accused as a spy.
Did you see this one? This was Il Donaldo as well.
Yeah. He's out of control.
Oh my god.
He's out of control.
Oh my god. Love this account. I love it.
That's hilarious.
Right.
It's
And
so
this
funny.
you saw
Oh
this.
yeah.
Fucking great. And did you see the one with the World Cup?
No, I didn't see that one.
Oh shit. Okay. I gotta pull that one up real quick. This is by the way, Babylon B, US back in World Cup after Trump deports Belgian team. So this is. Do you remember? Did you see the U.S. Match when the red card was?
I did.
Okay.
When he hit his ankle. That was not intentional.
Oh hell no!
That was
Hell
not
no.
intentional.
Right. So check this out. Check this out. I mean, that's what went down, man.
Pretty much.
He called FIFA and said, you're not pulling this shit. You're not pulling this shit. I mean, unbelievable.
Yeah, that was foul.
Right?
That was foul. I tried watching not that I tried, I did watch the NBA championship as well. Like I don't watch sports at all. But when it comes to the championship games or the playoffs, I like to watch. I'm not gonna lie. So
Oh,
I
yes.
watched the championship, some of the playoffs and the championship games. That was a debacle as far as the referees and the calls that they
Mhm.
were making
Mhm.
and didn't make.
Yeah, I agree.
I can't with these fucking games anymore. It's crazy. That
Mhm.
one blatant play that they missed or call that they missed, where when Beverly, whatever the hell his name is, I'm sure you covered it, when he pushed Brunson down in the back of the neck, when he pushed him down.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, that was blatant.
He
That
should have been thrown out. He should have been thrown out of the game for that.
And who did that?
When Beverly, whatever the hell his name is, the 8-foot guy, 8-foot tall guy from France.
Webanyama. Webanyama.
Webanyama, yeah,
Yeah.
Webanyama.
That's right.
Yeah.
But of course they couldn't throw out, Webanyama because he's the man.
The main attraction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you I went to one of the games?
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Yeah, the one with the
San Antonio, wasn't it?
Oklahoma City and San Antonio. Yeah.
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 But it was
that
at San Antonio. You
Yeah.
were in San Antonio.
Yeah.
I think you posted. Didn't you post a picture?
I
You didn't. I thought you posted something. I know we had this conversation. You told me about it, but I thought you posted
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I can't remember if I did or not actually. But yeah, so that was because I had great seats. I was right next to Webanyama. Like I was like within 8 feet of him. The dude is massive. Absolutely massive.
They got him listed at 7'4". He's got to
Yeah.
be taller than that because he
I
was
think
standing. He is, right?
Yeah, I think he is.
Because he was standing next to Towns, and he looked like he was at least 4 or 5 inches taller than Towns.
He's sitting down here. That's not a very good depiction there, but that's let me see if I can find yeah, Towns is a big dude too.
Mm-hmm.
Here he is at the free throw line. Look how big that dude is.
It's crazy. That's insane. His neck is 2 feet long.
Yeah, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. So, yeah, I'm with you, man. They're so inconsistent, and there's definitely something's going on with like these games and the NFL and all this shit. Like and now they're saying FIFA is completely controlled too. And watching that one USA game, I would tend to believe that as well.
How did their last game go? I didn't watch it. Where they were bounced out. Was there any bad calls there?
I didn't see the first 3 goals. But the third one for the Belgium, that was just a mistake by the goalkeeper of the U.S. It was a bad mistake. And you're not going to win games making those kind of mistakes. You're not going to win matches, of any significance if you're making those kind of mistakes. But the Belgium played pretty well. I need to see those other things. But we got beat with our whole team, right? I wanted to talk.
I didn't watch it.
Yeah. I wanted to talk with you about Seth Rich coming back in the news, um, and your thoughts there. Have you tracked that?
Well, I think that that has to be one of the grand juries, totally based around Seth
Mhm.
Rich. I have not tracked it, and I knew that there would come a day that that would come back into play. Remember what was in those emails. You know that's going back to Weiner. You know, the conversations that were had between Weiner and Podesta and Clinton and all of that. You know, the fact that he was murdered and they categorized it as a robbery. Meanwhile, they took nothing from the man. And then you had the
Yeah.
MS-13 members killed a few days later.
Yep.
You know, all that is there's a paper trail with all of that.
Yeah.
You know, they think that no one's ever going to find out, but then again, they never thought Trump was going to be president. And this is why, she did her best to destroy the evidence, but they had it all already.
Mhm.
So I think that they've been using that as leverage, not only against her, but against many others all this time. And it was just a matter of time before, he or that whole situation came back into the picture. What better time than now, right before the midterms, right? They can't
Yep.
win
Yep.
the
Yep.
midterms.
They
They're
yeah.
so bad, Dave. They're doing so bad right now that they have to give way to the next party, right?
Mhm.
The Democratic Socialist Party. That's
Yeah.
how bad the Democrats are doing right now. But as far as Seth Rich, um, that basically can bring them all down. That case alone.
So, yeah, absolutely. That brings the Democrats to their knees without question.
The whole
Um,
DNC.
yeah. Um, Ty Clevenger has been a guy who has been trying to get the Freedom of Information Act information from the FBI on Seth Rich, and the FBI told him that they don't have it because it wasn't an FBI case; it was just a DC case. But his update today, and this was yesterday, but an attorney for the government told me that I would soon be getting confirmation that several hundred pages of documents related to Seth Rich were found in a previously hidden room at FBI headquarters. You may recall, right? You may recall that on July 30th, 2025, Fox News Digital reported that newly installed FBI Director Kash
We
Patel
were
and his
just
legal
talking about
team,
that.
yep, yep, located an unmapped, sealed area within the J. Edgar Hoover building SCIF. Last year's Fox report described burn bags that contained excuse me, thousands of pages of classified files intended for destruction. And those files were linked back to the 2016 Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Now it appears the Seth Rich records were among the files designated for destruction. Mind you, I don't have anything in hand yet. I don't know whether the FBI will agree to release a single page of what it found. Nonetheless, any confirmation that the files were in secret SCIF raises a lot of questions. At the very least, some very high level people had something to hide.
Can you pause that real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. Now think about the role that Christopher Wray played. I mean,
Mhm.
really think critically about the role that man played. If you ever watched any of the hearings where he was under oath, and anytime any of this came into play, what did he say? I cannot comment on an ongoing
Ongoing
investigation.
investigation. Yeah.
That's right. And why would he leave burn bags anywhere within that building for anyone to find?
Listen, man. Yeah, you nailed it. I called this first of all. I called it when we were talking about that Maria Bartiromo interview, and I said, "Listen, what's going to come out is they're going to find documents that had been hidden." I flat out said this, and I said what you heard Dan and Cash talk about just then was to make clear that based on what they have found in the FBI files, there is nothing that they could go forward with the Epstein, uh, uh, primarily was what they were talking about. I said they're going to find files, but they got to find them in a way that they can legally be, introduced. And then the burn bags thing came out. And I said, do you really think that people went to the trouble of putting these documents in a fucking burn bag and didn't burn them?
And not burning it. And also you gotta
This
keep
is the
in mind.
NSA shoving shit in burn bags right now, okay?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
the FBI fucking burned it all.
Yeah. And you got to think, why would they make this public? Why would Cash come out on Fox News and say something like this? Why would Bongino come out and say something like this publicly? Because he wants them to make uncalculated moves. I'm going to stick with that word, whether it's in the Q drops or not. I thought it was, but I couldn't find it. But it forces them to make, or it enables them, because now they really feel like they got away with it. Oh, they got nothing. This is the director of FBI coming out saying they got nothing. So they start communicating with each other,
Yep.
and now you got more evidence.
And did you see what Burchett came out with today?
No, I didn't.
Here we go. Dear Director Patel, I write to request the release of all FBI records related to the death of Seth Rich. Seth Rich, a 27-year-old with a promising future, was tragically killed in 2016. His killer remains unidentified, and the circumstances surrounding his death are questionable. Initially, the FBI informed the public it was not investigating Mr. Rich's death, which was described as a botched robbery handled by local law enforcement, which, as you said, he had his watch, his phone, and his wallet on him. So what moron calls it a botched robbery? The FBI later acknowledged possessing evidence related to Rich, including his work laptop and a forensic image of his personal laptop, but resisted releasing these materials for years. Recent reports suggest the FBI may have found previously undisclosed files related to Seth Rich in burn bags, possibly located in a sensitive compartmentalized information facility at the J. Edgar Hoover building. Given the administration's commitment to transparency, I strongly urge the full release of these records as permitted by law. Doing so would address longstanding questions and demonstrate the administration's continued support for upholding public trust. Sincerely, Tim Burchett, Member of Congress.
Wow.
Right?
That's huge. And it's great because it's coming from someone else, and someone who has been showing us over time how he wants transparency for the American people. How fed up he is after coming out of these hearings, with no resolution, and literally calling, people within his own, Congress crooks and liars and, corrupt. So coming from Tim Burchett, that's great news, man.
Right.
That's great news.
Also, I got to show you this. Excuse me. Here. This is from the skiff. We think Mueller arranged the hit on Seth Rich. Who knows hitmen better than Robert Mueller? FBI documents and emails alleged that Robert Mueller most likely hired a hitman to murder Seth Rich on behalf or in cooperation with the Clintons. It seems that Mueller was the guy to go to in order to get the job done. An email from John Podesta also stated that he was for making an example out of the DNC leaker. We've reported that before. Seth did the country a favor, revealed the truth, and paid for it with his life. The DNC wanted him dead. Remember, Seth Rich was shot in the back close to his home. His wallet, keys, and cell phone were not stolen, but it was called a botched robbery through the mainstream media. Some emails from the special counsel included, we think Mueller arranged the hit on Seth Rich. Who knows hitman better than Robert Mueller? Mueller's crooked lawyers investigating judge and jury and their extended families. Mueller, who arranged the assassination of Seth Rich through his mafia friends, is a psychopath capable of any crime. Crooked Mueller has name of hitman. Clinton's hired to murder Seth Rich. We think Mueller planned the execution of Seth Rich. Mueller has plenty of men who owe him. and ready cash. And that old bean counter Mueller is a rabid Trump hater and one of the most despicable human beings. John Podesta wrote, I'm definitely for making an example of suspected leaker, whether or not we have any real basis.
Where is this, Dave? Where are you getting this from?
This is, I'm guessing this GIF is saying that these are in these documents.
Wow. That Skiff guy, he's got to be a reporter. He gets some really juicy shit.
Yeah.
And before a lot of other people.
Yeah.
You know? But yeah, listen, I don't doubt that. You know, especially how long he's been around, who he's worked under. Remember, I want to say that he was wasn't he the AG during 9/11? Mueller? What was Mueller's position during 9/11?
I think
he was involved with 9/11. I remember that. I just don't remember what position he had. But in any case, Rod Rosenstein is the one who appointed him for special prosecutor, correct?
Right.
And he was begging for the position of AG. Director of FBI. He wanted to be the director of the FBI, but he knew he couldn't.
But that's why we
Trump
think,
anyway.
Yeah, what do you think that meeting was for?
Well, I think he was really trying to convince Trump, to put him in that position, or maybe even consider a special prosecutor role. But it could have been to feel out Trump, to try to get information from Trump. Maybe they sent Mueller in to try to get.
I'm sorry. Mueller was the 6th director of the FBI. He was just appointed 1 week earlier in September.
During 9/11. Right, exactly. I thought he just had a prominent role during that time.
Yeah.
He was just appointed. Yeah. So he was part of that cover-up because the feds came and took over almost immediately. I remember, and I know I told you this, they were men in black that day on scene almost immediately. And then the FBI came in and took over. I know this for a fact. I was there. I saw it.
He was there.
And these two guys that told us to leave, that story has now been confirmed by a fire chief that I found out a couple of months ago, that there's a documentary done. And I've been saying this for years, by the way. There's a documentary done with this fire chief who went into Building 7 with his crew. And as they were leaving, it appears that the two guys that confronted them, who had just confronted us, not only told them to leave, but pulled out Uzis on them. Who carries? That's right. Who carries Uzis? Historically, who carries Uzis? Where's an Uzi from? Who makes Uzis?
Russian, aren't they?
Israel, bro.
Who?
Israel.
Oh, yeah.
Israelis.
Okay.
Israelis carry Uzis. And these two men in black pulled out because the fire chief was like, no, I'm not leaving. I have to secure the building. That's my job. He was pretty adamant about not leaving, and they pulled out Uzis on him.
Wow.
Look it up. You find things better than I do. There's a documentary recent. I say within the last few months at least, when I came across it, about a fire chief. It wasn't primarily about this fire chief, but he was in the documentary stating that he was confronted by two men in black who pulled out Uzis on him. Yeah. It blew my mind when I saw that, because I'm like, yeah, right. It was probably the same two fucking dudes that just told us to leave.
Wow.
Yeah, and they were there immediately before Building 7 came down. Conspiracy-oriented documentary footage, blah, blah, blah. Private comments, men in black, claims of mysterious men in black. No, it's not a conspiracy, or it's true. When they frame it this way.
That's fucking, that's the fucking AI, right?
Yeah. Because they've heard so much from all the other.
Is it Joseph Pfeiffer or the not?
No. Clips, testimony, voluntary fire chief, some accounts from clinic response mentioning seem armed men in black attire with Uzis. Okay. See, clips, testimony. Can you clip that? Or it's a Facebook thing. I hate Facebook.
Me too.
It wasn't Facebook. This was an actual documentary. I saw the documentary. So yeah, don't click
Decade
that.
of Deception. Let's see.
That was 2011. No, that's too. This was more recent. I'll try to find it. Maybe I put it on my page. Let me see. But yeah, when I saw, and I sent you a DM, by the way, that MJ Truth put up about Julian Assange, I think is worth revisiting.
Oh,
while I look for this.
I was just going to say that MJ did a banger just on the subject of Seth Rich.
He always does. He puts out good shit.
Oh man, he's the bomb, dude. Do you know him?
We're friends. I don't know him though. Yeah, we're friends
mean,
here on X, but I don't know him now. He's anonymous. I don't think anybody really knows him.
I'd love to have him on the show.
I mean, he's not afraid of coming out and talking. He does talk in spaces every now and then.
Yeah, would you mind asking him for me?
I mean, I'll reach out.
I mean, I think. Let me just pull this up because I need to show you what he dropped today. You probably already saw it.
No, I haven't.
Okay,
I haven't.
so
I just typed in Julian Assange because I got a feeling he's gonna pop up soon, and his post was the first one that came up, and I DM'd you.
Okay. Let me find this. Let me find this one because I want to stay on the Seth Rich before we jump. Check out this.
Many people that was incensed at the corruption that took place during that election. Pure corruption. For instance, I still ask the FBI, where is the server? How come the FBI never got the server from the DNC? Where is the server? I want to see the server.
All they got was a CrowdStrike synopsis of the server. The FBI never saw the server, never went to the DNC, never went to the scene of the fucking crime.
Or at least they told us that.
Right.
Let's see what's on the server. So the server, they say, is held by a company whose primary ownership individual is from Ukraine. I'd like to see the server. I think it's very important for this country to see the server. Nobody wants to see it. The media never wants to see it, but I'll tell you, Republicans want to see it. So Republicans aren't treated well. And here's the problem. I think we're going to take the House based on what's happening with the impeachment stuff. And the Republicans can do the same thing in reverse if they ever have it. I hope it's going to be a long time because nobody's done a better job with the economy, with our military, I've rebuilt the military. Our economy is the best it's ever been. We have numbers that just came out where, not including taxes, the median household income for the average American has increased $5,000 in a very short time since I've been president. Nobody's ever heard of numbers like that. So people want to find out, why was it so corrupt during that election? And I want to find out more than anybody.
And then it goes to
Billions of dollars. Hillary Clinton paid for it, and the Democrats. A lot of it had to do, they say, with Ukraine.
But Mr. President,
it's very interesting. It's very interesting. They have the server, right, from the DNC, Democratic National Committee.
who has the server?
Now, the FBI went in and they told him, "Get out of here! We're not giving it to you." They gave the server to CrowdStrike or whatever it's called, which is a company owned by a very wealthy Ukrainian. And I still want to see that server. You know, the FBI has never gotten that server. That's a big part of this whole thing. Why did they give it to a Ukrainian company?
Are you sure they did that?
And CrowdStrike was hired by Perkins.
That's what the word
Perkins
is.
Coie, right? Perkins Coie were the one that hired him, and I believe. Do you recall?
That's what I asked actually in my.
Sorry.
Do you recall the battle that ensued in Germany over the servers? Do you remember that?
You mean this? No,
It was okay. From what I understand, it was let's just say the CIA, I believe it was, or someone from our military. I don't recall exactly. Went into Germany. specifically for the servers.
And wasn't that the link through Italy and then into Germany? Was that the Dominion situation for the?
I don't know if it was Dominion.
Election?
I don't remember if it was. I thought it was the server.
The
and then there was
DNC
another.
server?
I think so. And then there was another story about Russia having the server, that they had gotten it from the beginning. And that there was, that we were all alleging, including myself, that was part of the data passed on to Trump when he gave him the soccer ball. That was the server that he gave him.
Okay.
The whole thing with the battle in Germany, my memory sometimes escapes me, but that's something I'll have to dig deep for, because I doubt we'll find anything about it nowadays. I want to say it was during Trump's first term when it happened. I don't think it was. Yeah, I think it was late in his first term when it happened, like right before the purge. I'll have to look that up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whip and Spur says she does. And that was Germany involvement with election servers. Let me see if something pops up on Grok on that.
Grok is selective. You gotta really dig into him.
Evidence. Yeah. Yeah, widely debunked conspiracy theory. You're not throwing out conspiracy theories on my show, are you? Here.
Whenever Grok says conspiracy theory, you really gotta look into
true.
it.
It's true. The USA Army raided a server facility in Frankfurt, Germany, belonging to the Spanish election.
That's the one.
Yes, that's it.
That's the one. I remember that. Yep.
And my mistake was Italy, but it was through Spain.
Right.
Yeah, and they said they had no servers in Frankfurt at the time. Yeah, those servers supposedly held the real vote data showing a Trump landslide. We've seen that. We did a show
that's the
on
one.
that.
Yeah, I remember that clearly.
Yeah, good pull, bro. Yes.
So whenever you hear Grok says widely debunked conspiracy theory, it's probably 117% true.
Yeah.
Especially if you saw it real time, right? If you remember it real time. Like I remember that happening.
Yeah. So let's see. No, that happened. We even showed the results of that. They had the results of the actual how many it was like a landslide in the electorate. But speaking of X, and speaking of I want to go to I want to go to the thing you sent me.
Yeah, with Julian Assange.
Yeah, and then I want to go back to something else. But let me see here. Let me go to the chat. Get your post here. And this is like Seth Rich is back in the news, obviously. So which is going to bring Julian Assange back in the news, because Seth Rich was the WikiLeaks source.
Donald Trump has had a disastrous few weeks. If you look at the polls, he needs a miracle. In the American political lexicon, there's such a thing as the October surprise. The stuff that you're sitting on, is an October surprise in there? Do you even know what you're sitting on?
WikiLeaks never sits.
By the way, do you remember, dude, Pete Wheeler just brought up that Gina Haspel was supposedly shot in Germany during
that battle. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. How do we get that kind of fucking information? You know what I mean? Like that's just not an accident. Thanks, Pete, for reminding us about that. And Sue was saying, wasn't Gina Haspel involved? Yeah. She was shot in the butt. Yeah.
Shoot her in the ass.
Hey, you guys aren't bringing these conspiracy theories into my shed shed, are you? I can't be having these conspiracy theories just floating around. Here we go.
Some material. Whistleblowers go to significant efforts to get us material and often very significant risks. As a 27-year-old works for the DNC, who was shot in the back, murdered just 2 weeks ago for unknown reasons as he was walking down the street in Washington. So
that was just a robbery, I believe, wasn't it?
No, there's no finding. So
what are you suggesting? What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that our sources take risks, and they become concerned to see things occurring like that.
But was he one of your sources then? I mean,
we don't comment on who our sources are.
But why make the suggestion about a young guy being shot in the streets of Washington?
Because we have to understand how high the stakes are in the United States, and that our sources are, our sources face serious risks. That's why they come to us, so we can protect their anonymity.
But it's quite something to suggest a murder. That's basically what you're doing.
Well, that others have suggested that. We are investigating to understand what happened in that situation with Seth Rich. I think it is a concerning situation. There's not a conclusion yet. We wouldn't be willing to state a conclusion, but we are concerned about it. And more importantly, a variety of WikiLeaks sources are concerned when that kind of thing happens.
So, in this, the furthering on this MJ Truth Ultra post, he takes us right to the Rafael Aguiar and Carmelo Marmolejo Calixto. I should have you read those. Let's see how much different your pronunciation is than mine. Go ahead. The gringos should not be pulling that shit. Go ahead, man.
Okay. 2 names to remember: Rafael Aguilar, Carmelo Marmolejo Calixto. There you go.
Yeah, I think I nailed it.
You did.
I think I nailed it. Right.
Thank you. Good.
Thank you. I'm quadlingual. Yeah. So, and Q talked about how they were both shot in North Carolina. But MJ says that these two, and I've tried to find these two, by the way. I've tried to find MS-13 gang members that were killed in North Carolina, and I couldn't find it. So I don't know how MJ found it, but this is awesome.
Yeah, he's been doing this for so have you. You guys been doing it for so long. I guess it's just a matter of archiving and labeling your archive. I'm horrible at doing that. I have so many terabytes of information, but I don't label everything properly. So when I have to dig, I really have to dig to find something. And he probably just organizes things well, because he does pop up with a lot of info. Him and Skiff.
Yeah,
Skiff is the same way.
2 good ones that we've highlighted tonight. And then he also backs it up with the Tim Burchett thing that I read you, calling on the FBI for more of this. So, yeah. And by the way, I mean, Julian has been out of the news for quite some time. And I think, I thought for a minute, like maybe this is part of the, maybe this is part of the, his deal on why he was able to be released. But when you think about the White Hats being in control, then you got to think, well, they're just saving him, right? And by the way, I just pulled up your the one you sent me. This is the fire chief that you found.
I don't think that's the one.
Oh, okay.
I don't, but it's the most recent one that I was able to find, and I sent it to you so you can have it and look over it.
Okay, I'll check it out
on your own. I do believe that that's the guy, but I don't think that that's the documentary that I was referring to, because that seems more like an interview, and what I was referring to was an actual documentary.
Okay.
I have not been able to find. I'm still looking.
Cool.
And I know I commented on it on my page, but I don't know how to find. Like, if I go to the search, I don't know like what keyword to put in that would I'll be able to find it, and I haven't been able to. Let me try fire chief. But yeah, that was for you to look at. And
oh, that's why I couldn't find it, dude. Joy says it was South Carolina, not North Carolina.
There you go.
Because Myrtle Beach is in South Carolina, but Q definitely said North Carolina. Interesting. So, and Sue says Kim Clement predicted another Snowden would arrive. Maybe he's talking about Assange. And of course, Trump's been talking about pardoning Snowden, right?
Right. Yes. He just said that not too long ago.
By the way, Chris George says, "Hey, Dave, I'm late in the shed tonight because I just had a conversation with Mitch McConnell." I don't know what happened there, but
that's funny.
Yeah, he told me that
funny.
Gavin Newsom and his first partner are totally innocent of all charges. Chris, that's awesome. That's amazing.
That's funny.
Yeah, reread your post you were just looking at. You're right. I did see that it was Myrtle Beach right here. This was let me pull this back up. Yeah, this was MJ. And that's why I couldn't find it, because I was looking in North Carolina. Interesting. But why would Q have told us North Carolina?
That wasn't that involving COVID, the North Carolina thing?
You mean the
with Ralph Barrett, the University of North Carolina?
What do you mean? I'm sorry.
What did Q say? What did Q say about North Carolina? Refresh my memory. I'm not.
I'm sorry. That the MS-13 individuals were murdered in North Carolina. Yeah.
Maybe they just put that out, that little bit of disinformation there for
could be
for us to look, you know.
Yeah. This is I wanted to pull. Yeah, so yeah, but he's got the names down. Damn. Okay. Yeah, this is so this is pretty badass. And I think MS-13, why oh, I put a dash in it. Some of them don't have a dash. MS-13, it's like I'm pulling up open border, flood, illegals, who funds them, who controls them. Here it is right here. 436, December 22nd, 2017. One of 22, DNC breach dossier, DNC, Seth Rich, WikiLeaks, Hussein, DNI director, clown director, meaning CIA, classified 1 to 12, Google, CrowdStrike, DNC, Seth Rich, 187, which is assassinate, MS-13, 2, and then they were assassinated, 187, right? DWS director,
Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you. Yes.
And then the director of the FBI at the time.
Yep. And she was the head of the DNC at the time. FI DJ assist,
FBI, DOJ says
Yep,
they're telling you the lineup. They're telling you everyone who was involved right
Yep.
there.
Insurance, and then the three sides of the triangle, which is Saudi Arabia, Rothschild, Soros, Hussein, HRC, Loretta Lynch, James Comey, AM, uh, AM,
McCabe.
Andrew McCabe, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
PS,
Peter Strzok.
Peter Strzok, yep. Support CSNPAS, Adam Schiff, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, all this way to 6, British Intel, Christopher Steele, HRC Camp Pay, DNC Pay, Classified 1 to 4 Pay, Steele, Podesta, Holder
That's
Relay.
political. That's political campaign pay. Remember, Saudi Arabia helped her campaign.
Oh, Camp HRC campaign pay. Yes, yeah. Thank you.
DNC pay.
Yeah,
that's everything right there in that one drop
right here. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Holder Relay, specifically Russia, or especially Russia. Classified 1 to 9. U.S. Senator no name McCain. U.S. Senator classified. James Comey, Loretta Lynch, Hussein, FISA 2. This is the reason why Roberts, by the way, I think is going down, is because he's in control of the FISA judges.
Mm-hmm.
Presidential Daily Briefing, U.S. Senator no name McCain, News Shop, BuzzFeed, Public Narrative, Stage Set, Future Prevent Removal Operation, RAMIF, U.S. Intelligence Legal Spy on Presidential Candidate, Ramifications.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Presidential-elect, Republican Congress, Republican Senate, News Friendly, etc. Q.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, dude! This
tremendous ramifications.
Yeah.
That would lead to a complete restructure of the DOJ, the FBI, the CIA, Congress, or at least the major players, and the mainstream media, because they're all involved in this RICO case. There's no denying that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know, I've studied it long enough to know. I know of one particular case in New York. I actually know two, but I know one that the people were involved, I actually knew them, and I know how they got caught. I know how they operate. I know that they allow certain people to walk freely so that they can lead them to others. I know this. This is how they operate. And what I mean by walk freely is it's a temporary thing. They give you a leash, you know. At the end of the day, you go down as well. You just don't do as much time as the rest of the people. Like one guy's, he's never getting out. He's got like 45 bodies. He's never getting out. He was committing murders from inside the jail. He was putting hits on people from inside the jail. And that happens. You know, it happens. So I think what we have been seeing and not seeing is a lot of cooperation by those who don't want to go to jail, right, or don't want to be executed,
right,
who are being allowed to continue living their lives, however limited it may be, and then ultimately, you know, they will probably choose the way they go out if they haven't done that already. You know, you're not going to see Hillary go to jail or spend any time in jail. Same thing with Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton will probably die before that happens. You know, you're not going to see Obama go to jail. You know, he'll probably just, I mean, we've already destroyed his reputation, but I think that's going to continue to happen to a point where he's just going to be an illegitimate president. You know, I'm hoping that he's one of the main ones that is put on trial. But I think because he was president, he has certain immunity, unless it's proven that he was behind the Biden administration. Because then he wasn't president and he committed crimes while he wasn't president. You understand? Like, let's say, for instance, we find out that he was tied to the auto pen. That right there is treason, and that should be, he should be executed for it. Whether we see it or not, I don't know. Will he die in a plane crash or something? I don't know. I really don't know what's going to happen with that guy. That guy's a special character in this whole thing. Do I believe he gave people up? 100%. I believe he gave up a ton of people.
Who gave up who?
Obama. I think Obama gave up a ton of people. Remember, the prince was the first arrest from their side. Correct? On November 4th, 2017, when they hung him off the fucking balcony.
Al-Walid,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So you have to imagine who he gave up, because he was released within 90 days. He was released.
Well, he gave them the code, the Twitter code.
For Twitter. Yep, for Twitter.
So they were able to access Twitter and get control of that, and then bring Musk in to buy it.
Right. And his assets, not just Twitter. All his assets were frozen, pretty much, and not just his. All his other princes, whatever you want to call it. It was like 300 of them.
Yeah, they basically said, this is not yours. This is the kingdom's.
Right.
This is the people's stock and money.
Stripped it away from him. Yeah, I believe he paid a $5 billion fine, and then he was released. And you haven't really heard from him since.
No.
So why does that happen? Okay, when you take a figure of his stature, and you show the public that he was arrested, and then you quietly release him with a $5 billion fine or whatever it was that he paid.
Yeah,
you send out a message to his people, right, and to people like us who are researching. I like to believe that he gave up, pretty much everyone to avoid going to jail, and after that he had to disappear, because you haven't seen him at all. And at the same time, the people who he was doing business with, they're now forced to make uncalculated moves, whatever you want to call it. They're pretty much like, holy shit, they let this guy go. What did he tell them? He must have said something. So now they're either running to hide or trying to cover their ass by, disassociating themselves with certain people, or selling off certain assets, or switching names of companies, or what have you. If you look at what always got me was, if you go to the Office of Foreign Asset Sanctions, or Foreign Sanctioned Assets, something like that, in the treasury.gov, it's over 3,000 pages long, maybe more at this point, of all of the assets that have been confiscated across the world by the Treasury, by the United States Treasury. And most of those names are Arabic. Most of the names on that list are Arabic. And yeah, they're shell companies, and yeah, they're under other people's names. But if you take some time, and I've spent a considerable amount of time on that website, you'll see most of those names are Arab. So what does that tell you? I mean, they're catching these people, and they're taking their assets to the tune of 3,000 pages worth. And these assets are vessels, planes, factories, they're pretty big assets. Can you look that up and bring it up? You want me to send you the link?
Yeah. I'm just looking at this. This just popped up, and I was going to cover it today. So go ahead and pull that up if you wouldn't mind, or send it to me. But I pulled up what Al-Walid is doing now. They say he's still active, investing and so forth.
Who said that?
This is Grok is saying he remains active in business, philanthropy, and public life. investments in Elon Musk-linked companies, sports, Al Hilal Football Club, and projects like reopening the Four Seasons in Beirut. He posts occasionally on social media and appears in business news.
Have you seen any posts or any?
No.
I haven't seen anything from that guy.
This looks like Instagram. They're taking me to Instagram. This is him. Official Awali bin Talal. This is older. This is maybe new. Yeah, I'm not going to log in. Doesn't look like anything recent, though.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I haven't seen anything about him.
Yeah.
Special,
definitely less active than he was. But the so the building. Have you heard about the building in Manhattan that
Which one?
is structurally unsound that they think is going to collapse?
That the columns collapsed. A couple of columns collapsed.
Yeah, a couple of columns buckled.
Yeah.
Okay, causing floors 21st to 26th to sag. It's the Pfizer building.
Come on.
Pfizer moved out in 2023 to the Spiral in Hudson Yards, but it's the Pfizer building.
Yeah. Evacuate.
So
wait. So that leaves it to inspection, government inspection.
Right.
That's who comes in. OSHA comes in, and they take over because it's Pfizer. The FBI will probably come in, and try to secure some records.
Now, they said they moved out in 2023, but Paul Florett said, so you mean to tell me that the Pfizer building in New York City might die suddenly? I'll see myself out.
That was funny.
Dude, fucking X is just off the chain, man. That's so good. So speaking of X, we've got to go to the Elon Musk post of the video, of the AI video.
Oh, I saw that.
Right?
Yeah, that was a good one.
Dude, we got to play that together. We got to play that.
Yeah.
How you doing time-wise? You doing all right?
I'm good. I can stay a little longer.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we're almost into 3 hours. So let me see if I can pull this. Where'd it go? And by the way, Trump is in Turkey. Right? He's going to Turkey for the NATO.
Tell them all to go fuck themselves.
Yep. Let me see. I just had. Here it is. No, I'm still looking. Okay. Nobody posts more than him.
Who's that?
Musk.
Oh yeah, he's like a robot with that.
All right. Here it is, I think. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Okay, my friends. We got to watch this together. This is Elon Musk dropped this, and he dropped it twice. Right. Didn't he drop it and delete it and drop it again? Or did he leave it up? I can't remember. I'll find out.
I don't know if he deleted it, but I know he posted it. So that's it right there. Yeah.
Yeah. He reposted Mark Andreessen's posting of it.
Mm-hmm.
Then he posted his own of it. And here it is. And let me pull that up.
So you want to comment on it before we watch it, or wait till we watch the whole thing and comment? Because I did see this both times, and both times I see it, I get the same impression.
Mm-hmm.
That we're going to be going back to those times. And my theory is that
Well, let's watch. Why don't we
go
watch
ahead.
it?
Yep.
I'm going to let you riff on it, after that.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is amazing. Yeah.
Sweet land, sweet land of the weary and the wild. Oh, where are you, my sweet The garden's either dying or about to come alive. The river's either drying or it's deep enough to dive. Can't tell if it's the dusk or if it's breaking into dawn. Are we going on or are we going? Somebody said a storm is coming, but it's been a long time. I don't know what's up ahead, but please, baby, don't you look behind. So tell me, is it gonna be free energy forever, or just the same damn old grind? Singing, sweet land of the weary and the wild. Are we 1 year from the grave, or is this just the beginning? My sweet child, oh, you're my star-spangled fever dream. Half a savior, half a liar. 250 summers and we're going higher, higher. Singing, sweet land, going. The neighbors might be coming with a casserole or a gun. The kids are either screaming or they're laughing in the sun. Is the timeline coming undone, or is it coming in clear? The fireworks are blinding, but I'll keep on dancing here. And nobody can promise me that we're gonna make it to the light. So is it an awakening, or is this a knife in the night? So come on, brother, sister, stand up tall, because guess what? Where we go on, we go on. If you can hear this from the other side, across this great quantum divide, don't get me wrong, now is the time to stay strong. So, with all of that, I'll say, God bless the USA! God bless the USA! Singing, sweet land, going on. 250 years and it's going on and on the edge of a forever or the edge of being gone. Is it midnight? Is it morning? Is it ruining? Is it time to rise? 250 summers gone by. So just go on and tell me those sweet lies, the kind as sweet as these Julys. Going on and going on. Sweet land, light up, light, higher. Sweet land's going on. Sweet land, going, gone. So please, just know that we can still rebuild. We can still make something
There you have it.
Wow.
Thoughts?
I still, it's still such a moving video. You could watch that. Oh, I can watch that over and over again, and there's
Yep.
so many clues in there. To me, it's just it's a depiction of pretty much where many millions of people's minds are right now, right? But if you caught it when she said it, now it's a time to be strong. It and it's so true. We can't give up. We've come this far, right?
Yep.
We've come this far, but now is really the time to be strong or to remain strong. I like to believe that there's gonna come a time where, a lot of the people who have been working against us behind the scenes will be removed if they haven't been removed already.
Yeah.
And when that happens, I mean, if you put things in perspective, that includes all the middlemen when it comes to, any kind of sale, sale of a home, sale of a car, sale of anything that we have to pay extra money for because there's people involved with marketing and sales. All these guys are just out here to make money off of us, right? Deceive us, lie to us, and just take us for whatever we got. Taxes, we're taxed out the wazoo. Everyone taxes us. We work hard, and more than 50% of our salaries is gone, before we get to spend a dollar. So I get this video because it shows the insanity of what is America, right? But
Yep.
but you have to keep in mind that a lot of that, if not all of it, is because there have been so many bad actors entrenched within our government working against us,
Mm-hmm.
right? And that kept the morale low across the country, especially in the inner cities where people feel like they're so impoverished they can't get ahead, not realizing they live in the most beautiful and wonderful land that there is, right? You can
Which
do
we're
anything.
seeing through the World Cup. We're seeing, foreigners that are coming here and saying, "Oh my God, this place is amazing. What an incredible, thing that's happening right now."
Yeah. Yeah. And I hope that everyone not only sees this video, but they're inspired by what's in the video. Because listen, I can relate 100% to the the mood swings of this video,
Mm-hmm.
right? Are
Yeah.
we gonna go, or are we going gone? Like, are we gonna get there, or are we going gone? Like, it's so relevant. Everything about that video.
Yeah.
I heard about a storm, but it's
Yep.
been coming for a long time now. But I mean, it's all there. But at the
And
end of the day, do you give up, Dave?
no,
No.
no.
As hard as things are. Yeah, I told you before I came on the show, I experienced something personal that was it was hard. It was hard, and I don't want to talk about it, but I can't quit. You know what I'm saying? I can't quit. Got to keep on. As hard as it is, we can't quit. We got to find whatever we got that's left in us. Huh?
Not an option to quit.
Right. No, it's not. It's not.
Obama's getting arrested here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You see the warp hole, right?
Yep. All the
See it?
yeah. Yep.
The wormhole
and
there.
by the way, they've already shown us that. That
Mhm.
was that Trump's post. Yeah. Trump did that post with this. And by
There's
the way,
George Washington with the red folder.
yeah, and the red folder too, right? and how about the storm? And let's see where we at with that. The storm. Yeah, I'll just let it play. But some of JFK was prominent through this, right? Why was JFK so prominent? And I got 1,000 tabs open right now. And it's just the wheel spinning right now. It's like, dude, come on. Cut me some slack here. Um let's
He
see.
exposed them.
Yeah. Right?
Dave went through the wormhole.
Exactly. What the hell? Why is this still spinning? This is wild. This is wild. Why is that happening there? I'm closing some shit down, but I don't know if that's going to help. Let's see. Yeah, it's not. Oh, there we go. Okay. So, I'm gonna. Are we going, gone? Right? The storm is coming. I'm sorry. Who's that?
I don't know if you can hear me, but I can't see you or hear you. Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Say something. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. So the storm is coming. What are we looking at here?
It's Trump's face.
Yeah.
That's Trumpito.
Right? Right? I mean, it's Trump.
It's a brilliant video.
I mean, let me play this a little louder here. He said the storm is coming, but it's been a long time.
It's breaking into dawn. Are we going?
And a lot of people were saying that I can't hear it there. I don't know if the audience can hear it. There you go.
Yeah, the storm is coming, but it's been a long time. Can you hear me all right? I think you're getting a delay again. Yeah?
I can hear you. If you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to have to call it a night. Give me a few minutes. Keep playing that. Give me a few minutes, and then, we'll close.
Yeah, I was pretty much done.
Well,
I just wanted to show
close my end out because I got to get going.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you I just wanted to play that. You said the storm is coming, but it's been a long time. And then Trump is the storm, basically, as it's coming, right? And can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So any final thoughts you have on all of this? Everything that's happening.
Give me a minute.
Okay.
Give me a minute. I'm losing you. So let me get the spot. All right. Give me a minute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
It makes me wonder. Videos like this make me wonder. First of all, again, brilliant.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Who these creators are. Yeah, I know that was going to happen. Yeah.
You're hearing me all right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think the whole thing is AI. I think it's
but I know you I'm choppy.
You're a little choppy, but I can hear you. And I just wanted to look at the timestamp is what is that? 4:56. Kevin is asking me to play the times. Oh, yeah. The timestamp in the video of That's something. Thanks, Kev. I forgot about that. There's a timestamp in the video that is 4559. And let me pull that up. Let me show you guys that first. And then let me see. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Can I pull that up? Yeah, it's this picture. 4559, right? And then let me pull up the Q drop for 4559. Oh, I had something else going too. Shoot. And we have the American flag. And this right here. 4559, July 1st, by the way, almost a delta because this was July 5th. And there was a time when our children stood at attention and with pride put their hand on their heart and in one united voice recited the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, this is taking us back to that time, kind of what Sir Oliver was saying. And let me remove this one.
Can you hear me now, Dave?
And yes.
Where'd you get the 4559 from?
That was a timestamp in the video. And I went to this the other day when I saw it, and
4559. But how is that even a timestamp?
Kevin just reminded me of that. Here, I'll show you. It's the here, let me pull it up. I just had it pulled up. And this is, all right, let me take us to this. I got to close this one out, pull this up.
Lost you again.
Really? Shit, man.
Can you hear me?
Fuck, yes, I can hear you.
I can't hear you.
Damn it. This is what it is. Can you see that?
I can't hear you.
All right, I'm going to kick
I'll be
you.
back.
All right. So this is the video timestamp right here. And I got to do it this way, I think. And that's as big as I can make it, unless I do this. Let me do that. Then I can make it bigger. There we go. And I'll do that when he comes back on. Hopefully we won't have a sound problem this time. Here we go. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I saw it. It said July 1st, 20.
Yeah.
So I guess July 1st, 2020 at 45:59, which would mean that it was going into the 46th minute.
Mm-hmm. And so,
4559.
and it just so happens, by the way, that drop is July 1st, 2020.
Get the fuck out of here.
Nope. This is a straight on QCOM.
See, this is what I'm saying. When I see stuff like this, it's how could it be? You know, so whoever created this video.
See that?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I went to the board to look at it myself. It's the American flag. And
then look at the text of it. It was exactly what you were saying about this, like we're going back to that time.
That's what I'm thinking. But honestly, that never crossed your mind, right? The fact that videos like this, they hit so hard, and then Elon reposts it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Elon's got how many hundreds of millions of followers? And then it connects directly to the Q drops. Did anybody make? I'm sure somebody made that connection. I
Yeah.
haven't seen that, but I'm sure somebody put it out there.
Yeah. When I saw him do it twice, I watched it and saw that number pop up. And let's see who came up with that. If anybody else did.
I don't know how you can tell that, but it's just
well,
worth noting.
Yoshi the Patriot. And where we go
Yeah,
on,
I see that.
go all. Okay. And then
Stormy's always all over it.
yeah. I don't think
107.
you mentioned that though. Can't
107 did.
Can't stomach him. He's and then 4559 and 109 into the video. Yeah, in the red folder too, Kev. Yep. Yeah.
But did anyone mention that the drop actually matches the date of the date on the that's
Brett
insane.
Reichenbecker on Facebook, Patriots Steve 17 said that on Facebook he did. But
I mean, come on. And then with the wormhole, with the Stargate, whatever you want to call it, right there.
Yeah.
Come on. With the movie reel. Hold on, go back.
On the 4th, by the way. Posted July 1st, 2020. So Inako
There
did.
you go. There you
what
go.
were you going to say about
the movie reel?
Oh yeah.
That's a movie screen with a movie reel.
Yeah.
With the time.
Yeah.
That's a boom. That's a significant boom right there.
Yeah. I'll share Inakos because Inakos seemed to be the first one with it.
He probably was. He's always on top of shit like that.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I remember Ezra Cohen posting just the flag.
Yes. Yep.
That was just the other day, right? I don't know if it was on July 4th. It might have been July 3rd when he posted.
By the way, I searched this by just typing in 4559. It's amazing what pops up.
There you go.
Let me pull that up. By the way, Toyota's moving out of Mexico into Texas to build the Tacoma.
Nice.
Yep. Let's see.
Yeah, they got to give Ford a run for their money.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. When did he post that? It was just a flag. Did I miss it?
No, keep going. Keep going. He doesn't post too much, so it won't be too far.
July 4th. There it
is. No, that's not it.
No,
that's not it. No.
It's a repost. And
then he posted that. I remember that.
Evergreen.
I remember that.
Mm-hmm. There, no. It's a repost. Here it is. July 3rd.
July 3rd. See, I thought it was the 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
And I found it strange that he posted on the 3rd and not the 4th.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I didn't look into the timestamp or anything to see if it matched, but we know. We know.
Yeah.
You know, that's straight because there are, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 drops that is just the flag. One says freedom. One is justice. I don't remember what the third one is. I think it's 3 posts with just the flag. 1015. Is that anything? The 1015?
You know what? I'm going to check, but the 4325 has a flag. Dems in coordination with domestic and foreign assets, insurgency, full-scale insurgency. That was May 26 Delta.
I mean, just the flag with no contact.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's 2 or 3 of them.
And hold on. Also,
it's gonna be hard to find just a flag. You kind of have to go through the graphics.
the 1015 is April 4th, Gateway Bridge Project, Singapore, Israel, Chris Christie, Schumer Booker, corruption omnibus bill. But the 115
kickbacks.
Yeah. Takes us to Japanese restaurant in Manila. Where
The Extraction.
Yeah.
That was The Extraction. That came up too not too long ago.
Is that right?
Yeah. How many
That's
exclamation marks? I remember looking at this.
Let's see, shoot. Let me do this.
12. And 12 refers to 11. 12. And drop 12 talks about drop 11, which is a significant one.
Just 11.
Oh, there is 11. Okay, I thought it was 12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're at 11.5 there with 115. And then, of course, 11 is military intelligence key.
Under what article can the president impose military intelligence takeover investigations for the 3-letter agencies? What conditions must present itself? Why is this so very important? I know you've read this 1,000 times.
Yeah.
You know, but even now, this is relevant because look at what's happening. And we were just talking about what are the ramifications if we find that, Thune knows about Mitch being gone, or if Obama was behind the Biden administration. I would think that the military intelligence would take over at that point and shut it all down. That would be one thing.
I don't know if you were watching the beginning, but of the show, but I covered that story about how the Supreme Court said that Trump has to use the military before he uses the National Guard.
Yes, we talked about that. I didn't see when you played it, but you and I talked about that.
Yep. And then I also showed Pritzker saying that he's saying this is a win for us, and I'm like, yeah, he's reading a script right there.
Can you play that again? The one about the military, about SCOTUS?
Yeah,
I missed it. I'm sure a lot of your listeners missed it too.
I'll do that. But let me show this real quick. This is Trump just posted this an hour ago. Kevin sent it. Massive military strikes against Iran.
Oh yeah, I saw that. And the president of Iran had to leave. Wherever he was. Yeah, I don't think he was in Iran. He was somewhere else, but he had to board a plane in an emergency and leave.
Yeah. Massive strikes against Iran.
There's nothing up on the screen. I don't know if you're sharing it right now. I don't see anything.
Oh, hold on. Oh, my bad, folks. Yeah, thanks, buddy. All right, here it is.
Whoa. Whoa.
It looks pretty significant.
I don't see anything coming in, though. I hear the explosions.
Whoa.
Huh.
Yeah.
I wonder if those are like transformers or something. Something that has to do with the electrical. Maybe not, because then the rest of the lights would have went out. I don't know. I don't know what that is. What is it? What are they saying it was?
Just massive strikes against Iran. That's all he said.
Okay.
And he reposted somebody else saying that, talking about that. Let me take you to the beginning of the show here. Let's see. see. Did I get that? Or did I repost that? No, I did not. Maybe let me go to bookmarks here. Here. Oh, this is important. Okay. This is Ratcliffe talking about.
I lost you. Hello?
Hold on.
Okay.
It says my audio was lost. Let's see.
I hear you now.
Okay. Could you hear Maria?
No.
All right, I got to try that again. Here it is.
Oath, like John Brennan,
Are you hearing
James Comey, and perhaps.
No.
Well, that's why I've made the referrals that I have. DNI Gabbard has made referrals, and why we're going to continue to share the intelligence that would support.
Do you all hear Ratcliffe and Bartiromo? You couldn't hear it, right?
No.
Okay. Let me see what everyone's saying here. Trump said he had to wait until the funeral was over. What funeral? Yes, you hear them. Okay, they hear them. Let me try it again.
The ability of our Department of Justice to make bring fair and just claims against those who have perpetrated this hoax against the American people and this stain on our country.
Director, one other question on this. Tulsi, as well as President Trump, used the word. So what I think I hear you saying is there is still an opportunity for indictments, potential prosecutions, accountability from those people who may have lied under oath, like John Brennan, James Comey, and perhaps Hillary Clinton.
Well, that's why I've made the referrals that I have. DNI Gabbard has made referrals, and why we're going to continue to share the intelligence that would support the ability of our Department of Justice to make bring fair and just claims against those who have perpetrated this hoax against the American people and this stain on our country.
Director, one other question on this. Tulsi,
So there you have. I let it play because you didn't hear the beginning of that. But this is huge. This is the CIA director saying this. Okay, this isn't just like some fucking conspiracy nut. This is all going down in that fucking Ayatollah delayed funeral. That's what it was. He was waiting till after the funeral, I guess.
Oh, funeral's always in there. I bombed the fuck out of him again.
Unbelievable. All right. So what was I looking for? I was looking for the bookmarks and the one that had
that you opened the show with.
Yeah. And
well, just to touch on Ratcliffe real quick, right?
Sure.
Once, because he mentioned that Tulsi Gabbard also made referrals, right? So they're getting referrals, criminal referrals from the heads of these intel agencies, right? So why isn't the DOJ acting upon these referrals, you might ask, right? Or you ask yourself, right? I ask myself, right? So it takes me back to Joe DeGenova and what he was saying about, these individuals who can't be tried individually. You have to try them all together, right? Either under conspiracy, treason, whatever it is. It's a RICO case. And that's why you're not seeing the DOJ act upon these individuals. And that's why you're still seeing these individuals, which many of them are probably on house arrest, where they're allowed to roam freely, quote unquote, but they're not really allowed to go anywhere. So that's very interesting.
Right.
Very interesting.
Here's this.
Initially recently said, look, I'm trying to enforce the laws with ICE agents, with federal law enforcement, and I can't do it, so I need to call the National Guard. But the statute says the president has to be unable to enforce the law with regular forces. What does regular forces mean? We don't know. The Supreme Court has never decided that question before yesterday. The Supreme Court now says regular forces means you have to try with the regular armed forces first before you can bring out the National Guard. So the unintended consequence here might be that the president is going to have to call the 82nd Airborne or the Marines or the 101st Airborne Division, as, for example, President Eisenhower did after Brown versus Board of Education in the South to enforce desegregation. President Trump might have to do that first in order to protect those federal buildings, those ICE agents. And then if they fail, he can then call out the National Guard.
Got it. J.B. Pritzker, the governor in the state of Illinois, is saying this. Today is a big win for Illinois and American democracy. This is an important step in curbing the Trump administration's consistent abuse of power and slowing Trump's march toward authoritarianism. That's purely political. I think the president has obviously tried to work within the framework of the law as his legal eagles have seen it. 15 seconds or so, what happens from here? And I guess I answered my own question when I say I'm not surprised by Pritzker's response, and I guess you aren't either.
I'm not. He's, of course, injecting a lot of heated political rhetoric into this.
Yeah.
But what's going to happen? Trump will, of course, now have the right to go to the Supreme Court on the full merits. As you said, Kevin, this is just preliminary. He may be able to get the full court to reverse this preliminary decision. But second, and I think more worrisome, is the Supreme Court is essentially inviting President Trump to send regular armed troops and deploy those to Chicago and Los Angeles before he can send the National Guard. I think a governor would rather have National Guard troops than the 82nd Airborne and the Marine Corps patrolling the streets of Chicago.
Yeah, especially when you think.
Yeah.
He follows me, by the way.
Who's that?
Kevin Cork. That's my man right there.
Really?
And isn't that the guy from Star Trek?
That's so low. That's so low.
I'm sorry.
So
I'm
low.
sorry.
Solo or Sulu? Sulu.
Swing solo.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he follows me. Paul Sperry follows me. I'm waiting for John Solomon and Catherine Herridge to jump on. That would be awesome. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, that woman that you mentioned to me earlier, we follow each other. That you did the spaces with. You said had a kind of a
Tisha Lee. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like going in there every now and then and giving my perspective on things because they're very negative. You know, they talk about Trump in a negative way. They totally, just not just denounce Q, but they think we're all retarded.
Right.
And once you start
and they're still
facts,
saying that. They're still saying
yeah,
that.
yeah, they are. And once you start spitting facts to them, they start calling you names. And that's where I'm like, fuck, I can't be in here anymore. And I just tell them to go fuck themselves and I leave. But I did what I went in there to do. I'll give you an example. Warp speed. A lot of people blame Trump for the vaccine because he implemented warp speed.
Right.
But warp speed was him pulling their card. Warp speed was him forcing their hand because he knew that they not only had a vaccine already prepared for this moment, he knew about the SARS-CoV-2 and the experimentation that was going on in Wuhan. He knew about all that. There's no denying that. There's no doubt in my mind that he did not know about that. I'm sure he was briefed on all of that. If we're able to go and dig up information like we did in 2016, 17, 18, and even before that on these topics, what makes you think he didn't have that information? The military was there for the World Olympic Games, right? That happened. Wuhan was shut down by the Chinese military. That happened, right? Before that, Wuhan launched their 5G program at 60 hertz, way higher than it should have been. That happened. Then you had people being locked into their homes, right? Whole doors to buildings being welded shut. That happened. People dying in the streets, going to the hospitals, dying in the hospitals. And I don't know if you remember this. I remember where they built a makeshift hospital in Wuhan, and they would not allow, first they didn't allow our Senate to go inspect their lab. Do you remember that?
Yep. Yep.
Right. Then after this happened, they built this facility out there. It was a triage center, but there was phases of it. So you had people who were sick, who were admitted. Then you had people in the next phase that they knew were going to die. And then you had people in the next phase that were actually dying. And from, I forget what reporter it was a citizen reporter mentioning the plumes of smoke that can be seen from space coming from this facility.
Yeah, I remember that.
And the story was that they were burning the bodies of all these dead people, and that they were using that body for energy, these sick fucks. I don't know if it's true. This is a story that I remember. Then come to find a month later, 22 million people stopped using their cell phones in Wuhan.
Yeah, I remember that.
Do you remember that? They try to brush it off as, oh, COVID. COVID came along and they, people just stopped using their phones, or they weren't using their phones as much as before COVID. That's a flat out fucking lie. So, if all of this happened, then they were covering something up. They were covering something up, and Trump forced their hand. Because remember, there was one case here, if I'm not mistaken, maybe a little more than one, maybe 6, something like that, before they called it an emergency and shut the country down. Right? He wouldn't allow anybody in from China. Nancy Pelosi was saying, "Oh, we're safe." She was in Chinatown in San Francisco saying, "Oh, it's safe to come out. Come on, enjoy yourselves. Enjoy the parade." Remember that?
Yep. Yeah.
They were trying to infect more people.
Yeah.
So I try to console her because she lost a loved one, and I try to help her understand that by Trump implementing the warp speed, it forced him to come out with this vaccine in record time, which was impossible. There's no way they could have created a vaccine in that short amount of time. Impossible.
Right.
I don't care what technology you have. And if they did, that means they didn't do the proper testing, and they were experimenting with people, which they were, right? They were experimenting with people. We found that there were different types of diseases mixed in to the cocktails of the vaccine, because there were different vaccines. People got different lots. There were 4 lots of these vaccines that were given out. The first lot was 60% saline. The first Johnson & Johnson, I don't know if you remember, in 2020, I think it was, I don't know, August, sometime around there, where they gave the go-ahead for Johnson & Johnson to start giving the shots. You remember that?
Yep.
And Trump was promoting it.
Yep.
I know that they were giving out saline. And then they did away with it all towards the end of the year. They started saying, I wouldn't take anything that Trump recommends. Remember, Kamala Harris said it. Joe Biden said it. Everybody was saying that they wouldn't take anything that Trump is recommending. Towards the beginning of 2021, they took all these shots off the shelves. They said that they were contaminated. You had to remove them from the shelves, and it was like 15 million or 60 million, whatever it was. And then that's when they brought in the mRNAs. So
and that's when they pushed them and made them mandatory and the whole bit. And the other thing too is Trump was talking about therapeutics all the way through.
All the way through.
Yeah.
Hydroxychloroquine, Regeneron, well, the Regeneron wasn't it was.
The monocloidal
antibodies. The antibodies. So, it's like they forget that part. They remember that Trump implemented warp speed, but they forget that there's other people on the other side were telling everyone not to take what Trump was pushing, but then pushed literally this mRNA on us, forced us to take it.
Yeah.
Right? Trump didn't force anything.
No, no. And he was just, talking about everything but the vaccine. Like that nobody else was doing.
That's right.
WHO wasn't doing it. China wasn't doing it. The EU wasn't doing it. Um, you know, none of it. And and so, yeah, it's good that you went in there and did that and had that conversation, because that's what a lot of the black pillars hang their hat on, is that Trump gave us the vaccine. And I've had this conversation many, many times with
Dr. Jan was there, by the way.
Yeah.
Dr. Jan was there. She was giving me thumbs up the whole time. Because another thing I didn't mention here, Trump created a team. He created a COVID team
Mm-hmm.
who led the way. Remember, Fauci was on that team.
It was Pence and
Pence was,
Fauci
that's right.
and Birx.
That's right.
Which
And they forget that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Dr. Jan was giving me thumbs up, the whole time, and they were dogging her. They went after her hard, man. It's just it's really messed
Well,
up.
I can understand. She hasn't been my favorite patriot that's come along, I gotta say, just because she's made some really dumb comments and made some really bad posts, and it's just I don't trust those that come on the scene so fast, and she was one that did. And before through one interview with the European media, and she's, next thing you know, she's lifted to the top of the patriots. So I'm a little hesitant about Dr. Jan.
And they brought that up, and they questioned her. I give them credit for
Mhm.
the way they pressed her, because they did really press her.
Mhm.
But I like, and I'm not disagreeing with you.
Mhm.
I thought that for some time, and we're friends. We've even spoken on the back channels.
Mhm.
And I just think that the way she came about, here's the other end of that. The way she came about and the timing of it was to give more of a boost to the morale of those who were kind of, on the fence about things, because she did work under the Trump administration.
Mhm.
She was privy to some intel, but I get what you're saying. She was saying certain things that just, didn't make sense, or she couldn't source it,
Mhm.
but at the same time, yeah, you have to keep in mind she did have certain intel. So yeah,
She
it
was
is what it is.
she was
Huh?
willing to come on the show, and I was gonna we communicated, and she was gonna come on the show, and then I did a little deeper dive on her, and never followed up with her because of that deeper dive.
Hmm.
Um, but at any rate, I wanted to share this with you. Kevin just sent this to me. This is President Trump reposted this. KMG, I voted for this. Boom. And the timestamp is 10:43, which takes us to this. Christian ring, pixel surface of Hussein holding AK-47 in tribal attire, one of many net shutdown. This is on the heels, by the way, of what we just watched, that video where he was being arrested. This is on the heels of him making fun of the library and the trash can, and um, have you seen the meme with the Trump placing new trash cans around DC, and they all look like the building? It's the library.
He's too much.
Oh my
I wish
God.
I wish you would repost some of my shit, because I was all over this last week. He's been sending us comms with this thread. So if you go to the drops and you follow this thread here, this actually leads to Maggie Nixon also. It leads to the picture of him holding the book where the ring was first pointed out. It leads to the photo of him with his fingers on his chin with the ring, right? It leads to Trump's tweet saying, "Who is this guy?" You know, there's a long thread in the drops that this post here is included in, and I just posted on that last week because I followed the comms, you know, and I really do believe that we're getting closer to seeing at least him being brought in for questioning, you know, and that's what everyone needs to see. He needs to be put under the same pressure that Trump was put under, even if it's a closed deposition, which Trump's leaked. I don't know if you ever saw Trump's deposition. Did you ever see that?
No.
Yeah, they leaked parts of Trump's deposition. So I just hope that Obama goes through the same thing that they put, at least through the same thing that they put Trump through. Him, his family, all of them. You know, raid his house. You know what I mean? Just destroy him. Try to destroy him monetarily, and rightfully so, because he was actually corrupt. You know, he was the actual one committing all these crimes. So go after him the same way you went after Trump and expose it all. But yeah, that came up in the drops last week.
This is the April 6th Delta has this, but it also, I pulled that up because, as you said, there's stuff that follows up that it'll be the MSM will say it's a fake pic, but they have videos in backup. Then I believe the Black Hats would kill Google, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Yahoo, Bing, Instagram. That will be paused. Hammer on the clock. Hammer meaning the software that Obama with Mueller, by the way, spied on American citizens using Mueller's FBI computers in Port Washington, Maryland.
But there was also an Operation Hammer that was just disclosed not too long ago that we ran.
What do you think? What's that?
You don't remember that Operation Hammer?
No. Where did we run that? What was the operation? Did I lose you?
You still there? I can't hear you. Can't hear anything.
Yeah. What was the operation?
Come on.
Again?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can't hear you. As soon as I mention Operation Hammer,
Unbelievable.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Unbelievable.
I'm gonna try to come back.
All right. Oh, yeah, Operation Hammer, and he gets kicked from the show. Unbelievable. Let me see. I'm gonna pull it up on. Let me see. He'll be back in a sec, but excuse me. This is, of course, it's not Operation Hammer. It was Operation. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was just gonna tell you, Operation Midnight Hammer.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't. I was just thinking, yeah, but that was the nuclear facilities in Iran, which absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned that because it absolutely ties in with Obama. Okay, Obama ran hammer against U.S. citizens as per with that whole thing with Mueller, and then also Operation Midnight Hammer of having to take out their nuclear facilities because
nuclear
Obama
facility.
gave them uranium one with Hillary. So this is
What the
good.
hell
How
is going
soon
on?
we don't inform our enemies of the specifics, we instead instill fear in them
This
to
is
make
ridiculous.
Are you out again?
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
Okay, you know.
All right.
Oh,
So so go back to
lost you
this.
again.
Oh fuck.
That's ridiculous.
Can you hear me? Do you see this? Unplanned. Remember you were trying to remember the word? Now he's out again. Mm. Yeah, let's see. He's not back in yet. But this is kind of what we were talking about with unplanned and disastrous counter moves, right? And then it really has to do with normies don't give a crap if he is Muslim with a gun. They won't care. The important point is who Hussein is aiming the gun at: red, white, and blue spray. And we think that this is a U.S. serviceman. And I got to get that guest back on. Yeah. So we might have to wrap this up, my friends, because it's here we go. And he's back. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that they're on to us.
I agree. And by the way, I was just finishing up that Q drop, and the reason why I was trying to get your attention is because this is the one I think you're thinking of. We don't inform our enemies of the specifics. We instead instill fear in them to make unplanned counter moves. There you go.
Unplanned. I
Right?
always thought it was uncalculated, but yeah, that's the one.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
the exact one. And that came up. I think I posted that off of Dan's post last week sometime. What's the timestamp? 10:45. Yeah, I think Dan Scavino posted something with
Okay.
that timestamp just the other day.
And I went
Yeah.
through the all the way through this, who's pointing the gun at, which I had a guest on, and she said that she knows a service member who said that what he is doing is they have video of Hussein killing a U.S. serviceman.
Really?
Yeah, and that's the important point is who Hussein is aiming the gun at: red, white, and blue. U.S. service member spray.
Oh, that would be something.
Yeah.
That would be something. Holy shit, that would be something.
Yeah, I got to get her back on. Long-time listener, and she was going to put me in touch with him. So I gotta make that happen.
Wow, that's the first time I ever heard that.
Is that right?
That would be something. Wow.
Right.
That had, if that's true, there had to be some kind of initiation. You know,
Right.
Where he had to do something like that to
just total control of him. Right.
But where would you be in a situation to do that and get away with it? You know what I mean? It can't be somewhere where there's a bunch of servicemen.
No, but
you understand?
I think he was Kevin, do you remember, anybody remember, was he in Iraq?
Was the serviceman captured, like tied down to a chair? And
he was captured. He was
that's
captured.
what I'm thinking. It has to be that kind of scenario.
Yeah, and he was I think captured by maybe by ISIS, and which gave Hussein access to him.
Man, if that's true, I mean, come on, man.
Right?
Seriously? How the fuck did he even become president?
Mm-hmm.
That's insane.
Right.
That's
Well,
insane.
I think it was after it might have been after he was president.
No. No, all those photos, all that took place before he was president. That's when he was in Chicago still as
Yeah.
what do you call it? Organizer. He wasn't even Senate yet. He wasn't even in the Senate yet. Those are young photos of him.
I think Kev just said he has the clip. Okay. You have the clip, Kev? Yeah, please send that to me. By the way, just like Gizmo is talking about the original boom shot post, I want to cover this. The original boom post was at 19:01 Eastern time, but Trump's screenshot shows +7 hours at 2:01 a.m. Turkey time.
Oh.
Bowling ball and pins equals 3 consecutive strikes. A standard 10-pin bowling a turkey refers to scoring 3 strikes in a row. And here he's in Turkey. From and including Wednesday, March 11th, 2026, to and including Tuesday, July 7th, 2026, resulting 119 days. This is Dan Scavino's post on March 11th.
Here comes the heat from the USA. Boom! Pins down. What a strike. Who do you think you are?
Interesting. This was a post by the White House that Dan covered. Won't stop making nuclear weapons. Iranian regime officials. Boom. Strike. And the last strike. And that strike right there. And it's Operation Hammer. Interesting. All right, let me see if here it is. Okay, here we go. Kevin found it. Brother, you're awesome, man.
Wow.
Are you because he reposted it. Kev, are you on did you post it on your X? And if you haven't, would you? Because it's easier for me to pull up that way. Because if I try to pull it up from your text, it doesn't work. So how do I do that? Let me see if I can do this. I might be able to. Yeah, no, an error occurred when I try to click on it. Yeah, an error occurs when I click on it, brother. Yeah. Let me just see if I can try it this way.
Hold up. What post was it you said that POTUS posted that led you to the Obama picture? Is that how you got there?
Yeah, the boom. This one.
Okay, so he reposted somebody else's post, and what led us there is the timestamp. What led us there?
Yeah, his timestamp was 10:43.
July 7, 9:43. That's a 10:43?
Yeah, because I'm Central.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, because I'm Central.
No, I still can't hear you.
Fuck.
Come on, guys. Stop messing with us.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, guys. The people are going to find this shit out
ridiculous.
anyway. It's 10:43. I'm Central. It's 10:43.
I can't hear you, Dave. If you can hear me,
I'll kick you.
he also posted at 10:48. Go to drop 10:48. Can you find his post from 10:48? I still can't hear you, but I want to see you bring it up side by side because you just mentioned this.
It's right there.
You just mentioned this drop. And he posted at 10:48.
Yes.
Can you bring that one up? His post from 10:48?
It's up. It's up. I'm going to kick your ass. It's up. Here it is, 10:48. Perfect. The important point is who Hussein is aiming the gun at. Red, white, and blue. Spray. Connect via past religious leaders regarding Hussein. We have everything. They know we do. Risk. Boom. Boom. You know, right now, what are we? Shit. Mm-hmm. Two, three, four, five, six, seven. We're like number 8 on X, right above Stu Peters. And will somebody tell me how the fuck we're not number 1, number 2? Will somebody fucking tell me that, please? Because I don't get it. And I get a guest on, and here he gets kicked 6 fucking times because of the shit we're talking about. And yet we're still 8 on X. Can you hear me, brother?
Yes, I can hear you.
And there's your 10:48 right there, bro. We were just talking about it, and I'm going to take you to the Kevin Rotello post, and it's 16 minutes long, but I don't think we'll need all of it. Here it is.
Send it to me, Kev, so I can see the whole thing.
Remains had been found in Iraq by the U.S. military. Michael Scott Spiker is supposedly, the military that Obama murdered. Official cause of death was homicide by undetermined means, and DNA testing showed survival after his crash. He is also the most recent American to have been shot down in air-to-air combat. Born in Kansas City, Missouri. Is that where your friend was?
Jacksonville.
What's that?
Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay. Yeah. When he was 15, they moved to Jacksonville. So this is where her, somebody that she knows Spiker. Went to Florida State University. His father was a fighter pilot. Yeah. So he was Top Gun. Right. That story. He was gunned down in a surface air missile in 1997. However, an unclassified summary of a 2001 CIA report suggests that Spiker's aircraft was shot down by a missile fired from an Iraqi aircraft, most likely a MiG-25, flown by Lieutenant Zuhair Dawood, 84th Squadron in the IQAF. Spiker was at 28,000 feet, traveling at 0.92 Mach when the front of the aircraft suffered a catastrophic event. The impact from the missile threw the aircraft laterally off its flight path between 50 and 60 degrees with a resulting 6G minimum load. And a pilot on the same mission said, "I'm telling you right now, don't believe what you're being told. It was that MiG that shot Spike down." He was placed on MIA status on May 22nd, 1991. After the end of the Gulf War, Spiker's status was changed to killed in action, body not recovered. Navy Commander Buddy Harris, who was a friend and fellow naval aviator, became a strong advocate for searching for him, often meeting with U.S. officials. In December 93, a military official from Qatar discovered the wreckage of a plane in the desert, which was subsequently identified as Spiker's aircraft. The canopy was a good distance from the rest of the aircraft, suggesting Spiker had tried to eject. In 94, a U.S. satellite photographed apparent human-made symbols on the desert floor near the wreck's location, which might possibly be Spiker's E&E, escape and evade sign, suggesting that he might have survived the crash. Covert American operation to inspect the site was considered but rejected by Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General John Shalikshvili, as too risky.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, this sounds fishy. Like there's definitely like he survived that.
Right.
And
CIA,
was probably captured.
right. And what was the CIA doing 20 years ago?
Yeah. I mean, they were
Whatever the heck they wanted.
They were there. They were there without question. And they were creating this Manchurian Candidate.
Right.
And Sotoro is related to Bush. I mean, they're partners. You know, Lolo Sotoro
Bush
did
Senior
business with Carlisle and with Poppy Bush and with George W. Bush. And what was it? Judge Brown is the one that said that, you know, that little game that that GW plays with Big Mike, you know, giving the candies, is because that's the kind of candy that Poppy used to give Barack or Barry Soetoro when he was little.
Right.
So very interesting. I'm having a tough time finding that post for some reason. I don't think I've ever had such a difficult time finding a drop. By the way, I sent you the full show. The quality is a little better just because Kevin does a screen record off this. But the picture,
okay.
But let me see if I can find it, because it's a very important. And in fact, I think I found it. It took me a minute. So this is 1043. Here we go. All right. So this is. Let me find the actual. Let me find this timestamp, and I'll go to a higher quality. Here we go. And I'll share this one. Here it is. And so this was 10/14/24. My friends, you can find this on my Rumble channel. And let me just share this over. Facebook kill, Twitter kill, Yahoo kill, Bing kill, Instagram kill. Net will be paused. Hammer on the clock. The reason why they're saying net will be paused is because they're going to try to kill this story, because this will explode right in their face. And hammer, and then on the clock, hammer is the soft
scorecard
lied on us with.
It was a hammer scorecard.
Not spelled that way though, so I don't know why they spell it that way. I think it's that was the was it Montgomery? I'm forgetting his name. He created the hammer to spy on Al Qaeda, and then Obama took it and spied on U.S. citizens and used Mueller's computers. Hammer was created by let's see, someone to track Al Qaeda conversations, and then it was supposed to be for foreign terrorist conversations, and then Obama turned it on, and it was I'm hoping that let's see, it's not giving it to me. Okay. But all right, let me continue that. HAMMR or something. And then on the clock. Yeah, the hammer was not spelled hammer like this. And of course, this is before we know anything about Operation Midnight Hammer that you mentioned.
It was Dennis Montgomery.
Dennis Montgomery, thank you.
And it was called the hammer for U.S. intelligence agencies.
But I think it was HAMMR.
No, spelled the same, just like that, the way it's on there.
Okay. So Dennis Montgomery, thank you. All right, that's who I was thinking of. Yeah. Okay, let this continue. On the clock might be the 10 days, right?
It could be on the Q clock.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to say that. Oh, okay. So then let me go to 10:45 because then, yeah, we got some more going. Okay, here it goes. Then Anon says, "How soon?" Q says, "We don't inform our enemies of the specifics. We instead instill fear in them to make unplanned and disastrous counter moves." And then go to, 46. So we've seen all this. We shot him. Yeah, here it is.
No, because if the Anons know, the enemies know.
Because they're on the Q has said they're on the board too. They know how to read the more. And here it is. Normies don't give a crap if he is Muslim. With a gun, they won't care. That's an Anon. Q comes back. The important point is who. You're right. Okay. I stand corrected. The important point is who Hussein is aiming the gun at. Red, white, and blue. Spray. Q. Now, to me, that is red, white, and blue, somebody representing red, white, and blue, which Sean Spiker certainly, fits in to that category, and then some. Spray, meaning I'm guessing he sprayed the machine gun.
Spray of bullets.
Or the blood sprayed after he shot him.
Right.
That's the terminology when you shoot someone.
You spray him.
Yeah, you spray him. Especially with a weapon like a automatic weapon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So there, Kev, great find, brother. Thank you, man. Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna look into that.
And I sent you in the chat the full show.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. And I'll have to repost that with these timestamps for crying out loud.
But how's that confirmation? How'd you like that confirmation? Where he connected the boom repost.
Yeah.
To his 1048 drop.
Yep.
Connecting it all.
Dude.
He wants us to look at this.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the boom post to, and what was the next post? Was it Was it Iran? Was it the explosions or
Yeah, it looks like it.
9:44 or 10:44 on the first explosion? Let me see. Are you guys with me? Yeah.
Mhm.
10:44 on the, so it's kind of like he did it twice. I don't know why that shows up twice like that.
Well, he does that on purpose because what
Yeah.
he'll do is he'll post it and then he'll repost someone else posting it.
Yeah. But they're all
in
they're
that
all right
thread.
there, dude. They're all right there. They're all in that grid.
Yeah.
They're the April 6th.
In that thread.
April
They're all
6th.
in that thread.
Here's the and here it is right here. It's he posted 10:43, 10:44, 10:45. Okay. Let's go back. Here we go.
Yeah, it starts before that.
Come on now. All right. Yeah, so and this is unbelievable. Okay, come on. So so let's start at the filibuster was at 10:43. Needs to go away completely. The filibuster again. He reposed Mike Lee. That's 10:43. The U.S. military has never been stronger or more powerful. Okay. Talking about Save America Act. Then 10:36 was the one before that.
Yeah, that's too far back.
Yeah. So let's go. Let's just follow these all the way up to, here's one, Marco Rubio, 10:47. And he did that twice. Here we go. Hold on. Yeah, 10:47. And then 10:48, which you mentioned. And yeah. And then this one was, he did this one again. This is 104 or 14, right? This is his last one. And what's very interesting about that, and by the way, 20 all the way up to 48, what Oliver took us to. 48 is the last post of the Iran booms, Obama, okay, pointing a gun. And then the next one, 10:49, is Thank North Korea, which is the next, other than Iran, the other one, all right, that he got nukes for with Hillary. Now, what I wanted to go back to is this is 104. Okay, let's go to 104 real quick because all these are 104, by the way. Okay, 1047, 1046, 1048, right? 104. And he also had a 104-year-old veteran that was represented in the 250, right? And it says, now is the time to pray. We're operational. God bless the United States of America. And if you go, of course, if you drop the 0 and go to 14, then you're dealing with the Washington crossing the Potomac. Sorry, hold on. And military intelligence and state secrets. All right. Has POTUS ever made a statement that did not become proven as true fact? What is Mueller's background? Who was in the news today but Mueller? Muslim Brotherhood been classified as terrorist organization, which Florida has done. HRC, military, vital role. Right?
It's
Was
all
Trump asked
connected.
to run? Yeah. So, dude, I think I need to thank you, Sober Nick. I think we need to post these connections with that video. Yeah. Yeah, Rumble was fucking up. Diana, my mod, she isn't able to get into the chat. Nancy's been kicked out. Dude, we're definitely being fucked with.
Yeah, something's up. It's normal though. I mean, I'm used to it already.
Yeah, 107
used to
too.
it.
Yeah, the oldest serviceman was 107, which was 17, obviously.
When you get a chance, I want you to look into that. I didn't send you the link, but I want you to look into the Office of Foreign Assets Control and just browse around in there. What you're looking for, and it's good to visit this site because they tell you like the latest sanctions, the most recent actions against, like for instance, on July 7th, the issuance of amended Iran-related general license, reminder to file the 2026 annual report of blocked property, counter narcotics designations, counterterrorism designations update. It gives you a lot of information on what the Treasury is doing, as far as designated foreign assets. But what I want you to look at is the list. So there's a specially designed nationals list, and it's over 3,000 pages long. So when you get a chance, go in there and you'll see what I'm talking about.
This is what you want me to check out.
ofac.treasury.gov.
It's up on the screen. It's up on the screen.
Treasury.gov.
Can you hear
There's a ton
me?
of information on that site. So
You can't hear me
Yeah.
again. Damn it!
Can you hear me?
Can't hear me again. I can hear you. You can't hear
I
me.
lose you again.
Look up on the screen.
I lost you again.
Look at the screen.
I don't know if you can hear me. I'm
No.
not seeing you right now because I switched out to go to that page.
It's up on the screen.
I'm sorry, Dave. I can't hear you. Oh, there it is. You got it up on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't hear you, but yes, that's the page. So you want to navigate through that website. There's a ton of information on there.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to say goodnight. I wish I could hear you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate you. Always a pleasure. Always dropping some good info and connecting some dots here. You bring me up to speed. Every time you reach out to me, I'm kind of like out of the loop. And you
Yeah.
bring me up to date with everything. There's just so much going on. It's crazy.
Holy shit, dude.
But yeah,
right?
thank you, brother. Much love and prosperity and peace to you and yours. And thank you, everyone, for listening to me and my bullshit.
Yeah, you're
See you later,
bullshit.
brother. Have a good night.
All right, see you, man. Good night. What a treat. What a treat to have him on. And it's like it's always nice. Thank you, Donna. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, we need to it's kind of like that was amazing. Yeah, they know we're on point. Thank you, Kev. And by the way, we got to get that out there. I'll have to put together a whole post on that, bro. If you want to do that, Kev, if you get the time, I'm probably not going to be able to access it until tomorrow afternoon or late morning. But yeah, and I got to get Nurse Christie back on. Kev's been asking for her back on as well, and so yeah, and the person that she interviewed, I got to get him. So yeah, so my friends, if this spoke to you, please support the work here. You can support it by certainly go check out at Sir Censorlot. Please follow him on X. Give him some love. And if you want to support the work I do here, I'm going to drop it in the chat. That was, listen, if I get done playing a basketball game, and I kicked ass, I got no problem saying I kicked ass. Okay. It's not an ego thing. It's like I'm very happy that I kicked ass tonight against that other team. Tonight, Oliver and myself kicked ass. Okay. With a little help from, Quasi Pete and Diana, a little help from you all, and last but not least, Kevin. And but that's a kick-ass show right there, my friends. It's 4 hours and 24 minutes long, and we kick some ass. So if you kick ass like that, and you're getting fucked with, and he keeps getting taken off and keeps getting canceled and can't hear me, and they fuck with our communication and mess with Diana trying to mod, and it's obvious, my friends, that we're over the target in a major way. Obama's going down very soon, very fucking soon. I promise you that. This is not going away. This is not, he will be fucking arrested. I disagree. I know Oliver mentioned he didn't think that would happen unless he was involved with Biden. No, he's going to be arrested for multiple acts of treason. And that will be clear. And the fact that he was never eligible to be the president of the United States, I believe will eradicate any kind of immunity that he has, because he wasn't eligible. He was not born in this country. Not eligible. Okay. So I think that's going to go away. But, pretend you're out to dinner and you just got served up just an amazing meal, and you're not going to walk out the door without tipping your waiter. So please show us some love, and I appreciate it. It is going to be quite an event when this all goes down, and you're going to be able to say you heard it here first. Years ago, I mean, that video alone was what, 2 years ago? 2 years ago. And folks, please check out SNED PEMF, fill out the stuff, and have a conversation with Nancy about your health and about how this can absolutely be a game changer for you. And yeah, so so we're still being censored. I mean, I'm still, absolutely being censored across the board. Right. So yeah, thank you all for all the great comments. And yes, am I on tomorrow? Tomorrow is today. Probably not. But definitely, if not tomorrow, we'll be on Thursday. But I may come on tomorrow and do a recap of what we just did and figure out a way to do that. So keep an eye out. Much love to you all, and thanks for being here. And yeah, let's regroup. But certainly, holy cow, what a journey, my friends, we've been on. And what an important time to be paying attention and to be really getting to the bottom of things. Much love, my friends. Be well. Good night.